I'm lost with myself again. Ooh, pissed off and depressed I am. True, used to get across, now I guess I can't. Catch me moving through the moss with a stress type grin. Look, I don't want none, I don't need to know. I have no love to give, God leave me alone. I won't give my love, guys, to get your own. Stomp on my insides, climb and kiss the moon.
Hey yo, I might fuck around and main the ice climbers and smash and win the tournament without wobbling. Check it. Fuck around with yours, but bitch, I'm keeping my pieces deep inside the canvas, buried deep inside beaches. Jolly Roger probably dodging cop cars off the freeway. Thrift store rappers cop bars off of eBay. Careful what your Steve say, try and catch buzz. Best of, I'm fetus. Legs screaming no from the chest up, I'm fiending. Beefing with my Jesus, clean Adidas getting creased. Let these calves get to work, it's getting messy at the table. Covered napkin and shirt, we cutting body parts. Lavender hues inside the pigments. Try to box me in and ain't no room inside your figments. I'm on UG Street, the crew is truly deep, we mobbing low. The mottos think fast, even though we talking slow. Gold mouth hoe, we dripping dust, chasing with the twisted lust. Try to tiptoe, but all these demons try to trip me up. Hit me when that pistol bust, swear I haunt your mama house, bitch.
Hey, you know how it is. Back up in this motherfucker, acting like that motherfucker, bitch.
Hey, we been with the shits. Half you little motherfuckers acting like you wanted something, bitch.
Wait, screw the politics. Cracking up on motherfuckers, rapping like they something other, bitch.
Made for the slip on your grip. Who gassing up you motherfucking rappers is a motherfucker. Still fucking up Townsville.
Yeah, still on the block in my burgundy brown silk.
Still fuck cops, I don't say it just to sound
trill. Still fuck the plot and the urgency they spout still.
Sounds ill.
Yeah, I'd rather not, that don't sound right. Wow, Bill.
Shark's teeth lodged in a mouse bite, bounce still.
Car keys lost where I drown, my doubts chill.
Rather be locked on the outside. Jagged little pieces of the puzzle. Sipping on the colors till I fade into gray. I put my life into a bottle, let you guzzle. I found a star that I could ride and let you chase me away. I put my pride inside a cosmic mud puddle. Y'all be fucking with my galaxy. The nerve of y'all that's mad at me. In the galactic tug of war to try to one-up you. What you want, fuck you, I don't even wanna love you. Let gravity crush you, feel the atrophy bubble inside the muscle. Hit capacity a moment ago, but on the low, I'm in the cockpit. Watch this, pressing all your buttons. Nonsense comments flow through our discussions. Ain't no oxygen, baby, I know you wouldn't care to know. But you been flying through my heart and fucking flipping barrel rolls. But shit, I know, I get it. My hemisphere, you split it. We about to blow up Mars just to say we fucking did it.
My soul don't show love. Tryna cut my throat from the moment I woke up. My cup run on the over, my cup cannot go up to a half point. Even it's stuck and it all sucks. But eventually I'll mend it and I choose to run into something way bigger like contentment. I only do what I want to, like if I did it then I meant it. Ho, I do not fuck with you, I've no resentment. I'm just letting know you know what I'm gonna do. Hey, currently stuck in a box where the water reaches my chin. See, I finally quit my job, but my problem is inside me, so I'm trying to figure it out. Get my ass up out of the couch, get my ass up out of the house, stick my head up out of the clouds. Ooh, move it, got to do shit, move it, feel the music, feel me, and then soothe me, true shit. I gotta get up and clean my shit up, agree on what to get rid of before it becomes me, and I regret that I ain't did it.
See Oh, thank God. I thought I didn't put my mic on this one, which would have been really funny. Okay, so it's Sunday, and the quality is really bad. I would love it if it, focused, but it won't. I have a better camera, but I can't seem to... well, I might be able to mess with it, but I can't seem to get it connected without like hardware that I absolutely do not have. And I mean, there it is. So that's literally as good as it's gonna get. That's right. But so it's just hands. I don't have any face cam because I'm using my webcam to do the footage. So this is weird, I think. And I'm not working on this shirt because my Twitter poll was evil and decided to... Oh wait. Okay, never mind. At the very last second, the people said I should work on my avatar shirt. Which I will be doing now that I know that that's what the people desire. I'm probably gonna have to rip some of the... I've been working on this for ages, so it's not gonna... I just took the big hoop off, but this is what I've got so far. So it's Appa, and then it's got all of them on the saddle or whatever. Excuse you. Except I only knew how to do one stitch at the time, so it's all satin stitch, which was a really bad idea, and I'm stupid essentially. So I'm gonna be switching to a better stitch, I think. As a treat. So I guess I'll start by pulling out the shoes that I started, so that's Anga's on the head. I don't know how well you'll be able to tell. What? Unfocused. Don't do that. Come back. Yeah, so he's on top. And I could do everything upside down so you guys can see it right side up. Because the way I have everything set up, it's either you see it upside down or I do it upside down. And for the sake of streaming, I'm gonna do everything upside down because I feel like that's the better option of the two. I don't know how well this will go, to be honest. I'm gonna... but it's Sunday. You know, like, let's... You know what? I'm gonna put the black shirt back underneath. Because the reflection makes it so you can see me, and I think that's weird. Okay. And we'll... Okay. Well, I don't... Okay. I also pinned everything, so I think I'm just gonna start by undoing that. Because I used to have a lot bigger... Well, I used a really big hoop. But honestly, that was dumb, and I probably shouldn't have done that. Because if I do it smaller... well, it'll just be easy to carry around if it's smaller. And then it'll be more, like, taut, I guess. What the heck? I have a pin here, and I know it's there. But anyway, I hope everyone's doing good. And hopefully I find a better setup for this later to make it more bearable to watch. And also more bearable to stream. I was looking at, like capture cards or whatever, because apparently if you get a capture card, you can use like a camcorder as a webcam, and I think that's a good idea because it'll be a lot easier to maneuver with a camcorder as opposed to my very short corded webcam that is also very low quality, which I am very sorry about. Like, when it's doing my face, it's so small it doesn't even really matter. It's just for the sake of me being on screen, I guess, that I use it. But I swear to God, I'm missing some. Oh, there's one. So it didn't really, the quality of the camera didn't really matter to me too terribly. I also don't exactly have a particularly large budget for streams. I think I got all of the things. I lied. There's another one. Maybe we could start doing something interesting as soon as I get the pins out. But yeah, whoops, sorry camera, you know how it is. I thought I was gonna be able to, okay, oops, my bad. I don't remember what I was gonna say, but I do have certain chunks of the shirt finished. Like I have, like on the back of it, hold on, I'm turning the shirt inside out so I can show you. On the back near the collar, I did that. Focus, please. Hello? No, it's not gonna focus. But that was one of the first, like, more complex things I had done. And it's not very good. I'm a lot better now. Like, this shirt was, like, the first embroidery thing I'd ever done. Well, that's a lie. I'd done a patch in the past, but it was just dots. So they were little circles. And that was probably the first thing I'd ever done. But that one was the first, like, complicated thing. And these are on the sleeve. And those were, like, the first, like, lined things I'd done. I absolutely hate this one. But fire turned out okay. Fire's okay. Maybe that feels better. So I don't have to... So fire's good. Earth was really straight lined, which I didn't like, and then water is also fine, I guess. But yeah, I added a lot of different pieces to this shirt really unnecessarily, because the reason I started embroidering, well, again, I guess, was because I saw, and I swear to God, it was a TikTok, and I was like, I like this. I was really into Avatar, like, this summer. Like, it was very nostalgic and reminiscent of a more comforting time. And I was like, ooh, yes please. Let's, enjoy this for a while. And I did. So I, was on TikTok or whatever, and I saw this one girl, and she did, ooh, no holes. She did a, she like, hey man, welcome to the stream. She did like, she like washed it with bleach or something, so it was like cloudy. Yeah. I am embroidering today. I don't It's not, it's kind of hard. But that's okay. New things are cool, I think. So that's why I started doing this shirt, was because I saw the TikTok of the girl. Okay. Now that I pulled, I think that's all the stitches I need to do. I lied. I forgot I outlined it first. Okay. I don't even know where to start with this. I might just do like cuz embroidery can be kind of slow and monotonous, and I mean it can be chill or whatever, and I have me talking over it and all that. But I'm not really sure if I want to start with the biggest part of the shirt or if I want to go detail first, because I went detail first originally, mainly because I was stalling on Appa's fur, because I wasn't really sure how I wanted to do it. I know how I want to do it now, so I can, and I think I have the colors. That was another journey I had to go through. Ooh, this shirt is really thin, so it's very scary to pull stitches out of it. Like, there are holes now, which is fun. Thank you. So cool. Anyway. Yeah, oh, thank you. I figured I like doing a lot of things. I have a lot of hobbies, and I like streaming, so I'm like, oh, fuck it, let's just do it on stream. It gives me, I guess, an incentive to work on some of the projects I have started. Like the painting I did of River Phoenix, I had it like planned for like a month, and I didn't touch it for why is this stuck? Hello? I had it like planned and blocked out for a month, and I was just kind of waiting for people on Twitter to vote on that so I could work on it. I feel like I'll probably start doing that. Oh, yeah. How do I get rid of delays? Delays are cringe. Man, I can't even hear the music. My headphones are so far back in my head. I might just be missing messages or something. That is a possibility that's been happening lately. Okay, I think I got all of them. Oh, that's cringe. Wait, hold on. I might be on the wrong one. Okay. Now this is a dangerous game I'm about to be playing. You know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna do it. No. Our internet has like 4 different like versions, because we have an extender because our internet didn't work very well for those of us who reside in the basement. Me, I am a basement resident. Man, it costs $0 to exit the shirt, please. So we've got like 5G or 5 gigahertz or some shit, like internet, and then a normal one, and then we've got the extender, which makes the 5 gigahertz one through the extender, and then the normal, like the 2.4 gigahertz through the extender. So there's like 4 different internets you can log into. Internets, that's pretty funny. Yeah, see, there's a hole now. Whoops. leaning away from my mic was probably a bad idea. That's fine. I guess I will start with the tail because it's small. But I'm on the furthest away, fastest internet because the extender ones aren't available right now, which is weird. I did mess with my little antenna thingies in the back of my computer tower, so that might be a problem. We will see. I am sorry about the delay though, that sucks. I forgot what I was saying. That's fine. Whatever. What? Okay, this is my favorite part about embroidery is all the colors and how organized they are. I think it's nice. Which side is the open side? It's this side. Okay. These are the same color. And so is this one. I got a lot of aqua color because I knew he was big. That is not aqua color. Goodbye. I think I only have 3. Maybe 4. No, just 3. Oh, sorry, man. I was pretty pissy. Hello? Hello? I was pretty pissy about the way our internet worked before. Cause the first time, it was like the first semester. Well, not before the semester started. It was. I started streaming or whatever, and that was when I was playing Fallout and shit. And I will not be playing that again, please don't ask. And the internet started going out. And we had to get, like, a new router, and then the new router didn't work. It was a nightmare. So now we have, like, the fastest speed available, except it's the strength that becomes the problem. Where'd I put my needles? I was really prepared for this stream. I was like, let's stream midday. And then sat around all day and was like, oh no, it's fine. You've got 20 minutes. There they are. My favorite needle because she's sharp. Not that I'll need a super sharp needle for this because the shirt is so thin. But okay. Oh my god, we're finally actually embroidering. Can you fucking believe it? There's this one, I think I've talked about her before. I follow a lot of small businesses on Twitter because I think they're fun. I unfortunately don't have a whole lot of money to be able to buy from these small businesses because a lot of them are like, oh, I upcycled this. Okay, there's a really cool pair of pants that I found. It's like a white pair of jeggings and then half, like one leg is tie-dyed, like rainbow tie-dyed, and I was like, oh shit, that's so sick. And then they were $60 and I was like, oh, that's really cool. How about a nice retweet instead? And I mean, get your money, queen. But at the same time, I am so small. I mean, they were also like a size small, and I'm afraid my ass is too fat and juicy for such a small pair of pants. But I did find this one lady. She's like really small, so she followed me back type small. And she did like what fucking she like thrift shops for people. And I thought that was cute because she was like, oh, I can do like 80s style thrifting, and I was like, yes please. I didn't really think too hard about I think okay, the stitch was literally fine the whole time. Anyway, but I think that's coming soon. I hope so. I'll probably talk about it an obscene amount as soon as it arrives, because it was my end of semester present to myself, because college sucks shit, and I was like, I'm getting myself something nice. Suck my balls. But it's taking fucking forever. And I get it. But anyway, back to the small business thing. I follow a lot of small businesses on Twitter, and I thought it'd be a fun thing to start maybe like doing like features or something. I don't have a whole lot of people who follow me or on Twitch or on Twitter really. But I think it's nice to support people who are like, cause like small businesses are just doing what they want to do, you know. They're like, oh well, I think I hate working in any other job and will simply start my own business, and I think that's kind of sexy. And I'm you know, an average enjoyer of small businesses. So I figure maybe I could start doing like features and shit on streams. I don't know how I'd go about doing that or if it'd even be a good idea. But I thought it'd be cute. And it wouldn't be any of that like, you give me free shit and I'll feature you. That'd be dumb. I'll pay you an exposure. I'm not gonna do that. Because that'd be horrible. If I was actually gonna show any like thing I purchased, it would be because I purchased it and not because I struck a deal with this random Twitter user. I have done like a couple of drawings based on shit that people have made, which I think is fun. It's kind of advertising in a way. Nothing actually like beneficial to the artist, but I did do like I drew Bill in this shirt that said pussy power, and then Ted in like jean shorts that had a patch on the pocket that said juice, I'm sorry, not juicy, LMAO. That'd be really funny. Actually, but no, it was not juicy. It said peachy, I think, and it had a little peach on it. And I actually really like that picture because it's like it's. I'm not a very warm color user. I've realized a lot of my art is very cool. Like I use blues and all that. So it was a very warm image. So it was sort of out of the ordinary for me, which I thought was nice. But I've done a couple things like that. I drew Ted in these shorts that had pockets that are shaped like hearts, and I was like, oh my god, these shorts are adorable. Goodbye, I'm drawing Bill in them. I'm sorry, Ted. Whoops. And then I did I think a Lego Batman comic, of Batman wearing this funky bat shirt that this one lady made. I like the bat shirt, but, well, you know what? Now that I've mentioned these things, I will pull them up now because that is something that I am capable of doing. Open, low render. Where did I put them is the problem. I don't name things very well. So I have to like visually look through every image I've ever drawn, and sometimes that is a mistake. I've got like a Batman redesign in here. There's one. Okay. Draw. So this was the warm image I mentioned. I also really like the lines I did on this. I did like double up for some reason, which I thought was nice. So there's one, and then open the shorts should be in here somewhere. Because I also dyed Ted's hair in that image, because I thought that would be fun. And my god, it was. Maybe I put it in the wrong spot. How long? I'm not sure. Probably the same amount of time I normally go for. Normally I hit 4 hours and I'm like, this sucks, I'm tired, and I go to bed. So I'll probably be going for 4 hours. I'm not really sure. Who is to say? And thank God I caught that message, because it didn't show up in my thing. My port on Streamlabs. Oh my god, yes, I want to become famous! I don't... Okay, I can't find my TED short image. But that's okay. I managed to find the one that matters, and that is Pussy Power Bill. A most triumphant image, if I may. But anyway. I am a headcanon Bill as trans, as a treat, I think. But anyway. So, I don't know how good of an idea that would be, but I do think it's nice. They're very welcome members of the chat, I think. Thank you, big follow bots.
Pain is something that man must endure in his heart.
Okay.
And since the heart feels pain so easily,
Man, either I need to move closer.
you are delicate.
God, that's so uncomfortable though.
Your heart is. It is? Yes. This is worth earning my empathy.
Okay.
Empathy? I'm saying I love you.
I forgot where I was going with the small business thing. Like, I like the idea, I just don't... It feels kind of dumb to even bother, since I don't have very much reach, I guess. But that's fine. I think it's cute and might start doing it anyway. Especially I'll probably do the thrift lady, because she makes scrunchies too. So if your hair is long enough for that, that'll be a helpful, and especially since she's like really small, and I think that's neat. So normally I find like small businesses through Twitter, but I think messing around on Etsy is really fun too. Cause I did find this, okay, now this is not a good small business. This is a bad small business. And normally I wouldn't be like that, but they're, I don't remember their name, so I don't feel as bad about talking shit, I guess. But they made candles, and this is generally innocent. I'm a big fan of candles and the way, and smells, perhaps, as well. But this person made, like, serial killer candles. So there was a Jeffrey Dahmer candle, and it was labeled to smell like freezer burn, and I literally cannot think of a single good reason as to why you would make, sell, or buy that candle. And there was other ones too. There was like Ted Bundy and shit, and ugh. I was like, why? And I mean, it didn't smell like freezer burn, so I'll give them that. But the like, you could pick out your smell, but the fact that it's labeled freezer burn just feels distasteful, I suppose. Horrible, if I may. And I mean, thank you for living out your dream, your small business dream. But at the same time, maybe a different candle theme. Maybe something else. I don't know. Perhaps that's just me. I got a bunch of, I got, birthday presents for my buddy because it was his birthday pretty recently. I think early May. Exactly 10 days ago, actually. And I was like, oh, I will go on Etsy because he's really into the volleyball anime. I don't know how to pronounce it, so I won't even bother. But I found it looked official. I don't know if it necessarily was official merch for the show, but it had like the name. The domain was the name of the show, so I was like, oh, okay. So I went there for my sister's birthday and got her a hoodie of her favorite character. And it took quite a bit of time to get here, and it did make me nervous, because I didn't get any, confirmation email until, a couple days after I had ordered the hoodie. But it did end up showing up, which was nice. So I decided not to get something there for my buddy, because I didn't want it to take 7 billion years to get there. So I ended up fucking around on Etsy. And I got him a poster, a shirt, and then, something else. I don't remember what the last thing was, but I did get him 3 things, and, small business things. But while I was looking, I found soap. Gourmet soap, I guess? Handmade soap bars, that are, pretty colors and all that. And I was like, ooh. So I clicked on it, and it was soaps based on the characters in this anime. And I was like, yo, this kind of bangs, actually. I did not get the soaps, but I considered it. I think that's a really cute idea. Instead of making serial killer candles, make character-based candles instead, maybe. And I mean, maybe serial killer characters would be okay. Because I feel like fictional serial killers are a lot more bearable than actual serial killers. Maybe. I hate to get controversial here, but they didn't murder real people, so they're probably more forgivable than real serial killers. But again, perhaps that is just me. I forgot to look up the rules for watching movies on Twitch, so I'll probably need to do that. I'm just absolute ass at getting shit done in a time that doesn't suit me. If it's if I have to get something done at a certain time, I'm like, well, now I don't want to do it. But if it's something I can get done in my own time, I'm like, oh, well, I'd like to do nothing but that. I did this Simon Marcus image, and I was testing out a new shading style that would go faster than normally painting. And it turns out it didn't actually go much faster, but it cut out the line art process, which was kind of the most miserable part of drawing for me. So it just jumps from clean sketch to coloring to shading, and I like that a lot better than the way I was doing things before. That's something I really like about art, is art is what you make it. And it's not like you have to draw something in the exact way somebody else does. Like, if you like someone's style, that's okay. And you want to emulate it, that's fine. But if it ends up not working, and if you're not having a good time, you don't have to draw that way. Like, you can draw something else in a way that becomes your own later on. Like, I definitely developed by consuming other people's art. Like, I was on DeviantArt. I'm sorry. It was very sad. But I was on DeviantArt for a while, and I drew, like, I think I was cringe, but I was free. I really liked Soul Eater back in, like, middle school, and there was a I had a bit of an obsession with making self-insert characters, and they weren't even self-insert characters, they were just characters based on the source media I was enjoying at the time. And I had a Soul Eater one, and she still kind of bangs. She's really pretty. Unfortunately, I just don't draw my OCs anymore. But whatever, it's cool. But I drew a picture of my Soul Eater, like, OC or whatever, and this one random really good artist was like, "Hey, I drew this for you, cool OC," and I hadn't colored it, so they kind of came up with colors for me, and I absolutely fucking hate the colors that they gave her, because they made her white and blonde when she was Egyptian, but whatever. Thank you for trying, though, random DeviantArt artist. But the picture that they drew was man, what the fuck happened? The picture that they drew was it was in a style that I really, really liked. So I now this is gonna be a little controversial here, but I did trace over it a few times to get, like, the shape of the way they drew the body down, and then I took those shapes and developed them from there. I was like, okay, these shapes make up the way they drew the body, so now I'm gonna take these shapes and try it myself. I didn't post or claim the traced work as mine or anything. It was mostly for practice, so don't freak out. But I did learn a lot from that. So I don't even know where I'd be if this random person hadn't drawn me that thing. Yeah, I got it out. Whoa! Okay, I might have to tie this off. It's getting a little short. But there's something so intimate about a journey through art, I think. It's really fun to hear people talk about how they started and stuff. Man, can you get in the hole, please? That's what she said? I hate my coworker. He's diseasing me, I think. Please! I'm just... Oh my god, I almost had that one. The one bad thing about this needle is that despite its really... it's high definition? No. Despite how sharp it is also very small. And I mean, most needles are, but I have needles with bigger eyes, so it's not as big of a deal. Okay, one more stitch, and it can just be random because it doesn't matter, and I'm gonna tie it off. After I tie this off, I am going to go to the bathroom, which I should have done before stream, but I'm an idiot, so... I mean, it has been 40 minutes, so... Fair play, I suppose. Okay. So, I will be back.
You don't stop until you stop. Look, I wear a mask devoid of history. Yeah, I rock the moonlight as a cape. I say 1,000 words to have convey a single place to get together. Pretty words to distract you from mistakes. My ideological stubbornness and visceral nervousness renders my peripheral superfluous. My history's recursiveness persistently reminds me of my dullness. Yeah, I'm full of shit, I don't oppose this. And I suppose there's different motions. I need Gnostic poses concerning notions. Oh shit, time to hijack this mind. It's time to fight back for what is rightfully mine. And once in a while, it's okay to get my feet wet to emotionally reset. As long as I don't depress and request my inner self to cease to exist. But that goes without saying. It's time to say so long. Feels so right and yet it feels so wrong. Feels so right and yet it feels so wrong. Feels so right and yet it feels so wrong. It's time to say so long. Feels so right and yet it feels so wrong. Feels so right and yet it feels so wrong. Feels so right and yet it feels so wrong. Quick to point out binary thinking and complain about it. Was believing I could never fly and stay grounded. I'm a hypocrite searching for a simple fix. I'm not an adult, I'm adult, I'm but a little kid. And that's alright, cause that's just life. So I use time and sacrifice to design the path of life and break the cycle for once. And then use this knowledge for all the cycles that come. Yeah, run toward the dream that my life could become. I keep running toward the dream
I have returned. I'm trying to think of like cool shit. Well, no, I don't need that. I need this. I'm trying to think of cool shit to like do while I'm embroidering, like talking wise. I can't. There's only so many times I can ask everybody how their day is going before it gets. I mean, I suppose everybody's day changes every day, but it's like a once a day type thing. If I asked already, I can't even remember. I hope everybody's day is going okay. That wasn't really a question, but I do hope this. Oh, thank you. It is truly amazing how easy I find it to just talk about everything and nothing at the same time. Oh shit, I forgot to promote my stream better today. I posted it in the art server, which I will be talking about just a second, but I forgot to post it in the art, I forgot to post it in a couple of other servers I'm in. I'm in a server for this one gamer fella. Holy moly. 250. I don't remember the numbers. I'm pretty sure it's 250. But he's really fun. He's been playing Mass Effect. He played this morning and he's gonna be playing it all week. He's really fun. I really, really like Mass Effect, and I forgot how much I liked Mass Effect until he started playing it on stream. And then this other fella, Scottathan, my beloved, also unboxed. He's been playing Resident Evil Village, which I kind of want to play, but that's beside the point. Truffle, this is a really bad time. Hi, kitty. You wanna be on stream? be on the stream? Kitty! Oh my god! Sorry. Anyway. Kitty! Okay, you need to sit or something. Be good. Do them rotisserie chickens at Walmart be good? Put me on. Okay. Trouble, sit in my lap or leave, please. Kitty. Why are you such a whore? Ugh. Sit. Trouble. Sit down. Please. I love you so much. She's so round and I love her very much. Ow. There you go. There you go. Ugh. Oh, only more, my boy. So everyone's been playing Mass Effect lately, and I think that's fun. Shh, sit down. Shh. Thank you. Wait, hold on, everybody. I'll be right back again. Whoops, sorry, my dad came in. My bad. So, I forgot to promote my bullshit in other servers. I also wanted to watch this other fellow. I don't know how to pronounce his name. But he seems really cool. I've only ever interacted with him in other people's chat rooms, but he seems like a really fun guy to be around. I didn't realize how much fun stream communities could be. I'm having a really good time interacting with new people. I didn't think I'd have as much fun as I am, but it turns out making new friends is fun and sexy and cool as well. But anyway, the art Discord server or whatever. It is the last day. Oh, it'll probably only be on Sundays. Early streams, I mean. Truffle, no! Shh. No, Truffle! Ah! There's needles everywhere! Please. No. Truffle! Sorry! I'm putting it down on the ground. Okay. Whew. But early streams will probably only be on Sundays. I do think I'll probably be pretty consistent about doing early Sunday streams. Because I do know how many people, because I have like a couple, like I've got a buddy in Australia who I think would be really fun to have in the chat. And then I have, Truffle? Kay loves you. Okay. I have told her. She wants out. God, I'll be right back. Okay. And I've returned. So the, what was I saying? I don't remember. Oh, yeah. I know how many people who can't make it to my 7 o'clock streams, like, during the week. I figure since I have a lot of people who can't, I start doing midday streams on a gentle Sunday. The problem with that is I do weird shit on Sunday. Like, that's what I decided Sundays are for, is, like, the weird shit I do. I was thinking, that what was I thinking? I don't remember. But that's fine. whatever I was saying, it probably wasn't important anyway. God, truffle is a very distracting force, I think. Oh, this is the music video song. My Beloved. Oh, never mind, I remember what I was saying. Yeah, the problem with doing other streams, like midday, like other times, is I have a job. And as much as I hate my job, I need my job. So after 7, well, that's a lie. I just don't, like, on Thursday and Friday, I could do it other times, but I tend to make myself busy on Thursday and Friday because my sister is off of school soon, like, coming up pretty quick here, and she, wants to go to Build-A-Bear, I think, to celebrate. But yeah, I understand keeping a good eye on, streaming times and all that good stuff. I work at a pizza place, and it's okay, I guess. Definitely not what I want to be doing right now, but I kind of need it if I ever intend on moving out of my parents' house. I'm also going to college. I'm taking the summer off. So, and I'm hoping that I manage to get, like, hit affiliate or whatever. Free pizza. Yeah, we get a free employee meal every shift, but eating there 4 days a week. Oh my god. I can't stand the food there anymore. Like, we sell a lot of stuff. It's pizza, we got wings, we sell grinders, which are just like sandwiches. Yeah, we got a bunch of shit. And I hate every single thing on the menu. I can't eat it anymore because of how I've been working there, I think, a bit over a year now. Like, I started working there in February of last year, and then everything shut down because of COVID and all that, so I stopped working there for like 3 months, but I still technically had a job there. And then I came back in June-ish, and have worked nonstop ever since. I haven't taken a vacation or anything, which sucks. I miss vacations very much. They sound so cool and nice. Oh my god, that is so sexy, thank you. Man, you streamed this morning, I think, and I totally missed it because my dumbass was asleep. Normally I wake up at a halfway decent time, to the point where a stream that early in the morning is feasible for me to witness. But I was just not having it last night. How far? Pretty. But P.S. Yes. That is so sexy. We're all with this. That was dumb. Anyway, High School Musical, My Beloved. I'm pretty far. I have the average viewers, I think. It's pretty inconsistent is the problem. I think my Lego Batman stream, the last one that I did, the stream I did on Friday, I felt like it should have knocked me down to like 2.9 average viewers, but it ended up knocking me up to 3.1. So I'm a little on the nose with average viewers, and it's kind of scary because there's not much I can do about it other than learn to market, which is very difficult for me. I feel like I'm bothering people when I send them stream links and stuff, which is why I've sort of avoided it in several servers that I'm in. But at the same time, a lot of the people I hang out with are cool, so it's not that big of a deal, and they probably won't hate my guts. But still. So I have the average viewers, but it's kind of up in the air. I have the, time. Like, I have to stream 7 different days, and I've done that. And then I have to stream, I don't know how many hours, but I've done that as well. So all I really need is followers at this point. I'm kind of low. Oh, hell yeah. God, it seems so, like, unimaginable to hit that, though. Like, 50 is, like, a lot of people. I have been, there's this one buddy of mine. I like to think we are friends. I don't talk to her very much, but I do feel comfortable DMing her, so that's step 1, I think. So I asked her, because she's got like 300 Twitch followers right now. She just hit 300 recently. She did a 12-hour stream yesterday for her birthday, I think. I missed the whole thing. But she gave me a bunch of advice that I'm following, and raiding is a really good idea. I didn't raid on Friday because I was tired. I streamed too late for raids to be particularly feasible. For me, emotionally. But I'm doing my best. I found a couple of artists that I really like. Unfortunately, though, the artists I keep finding are, like, casual streamers, almost. Like, they're just streaming for their buddies, and I'm like, fuck, well, I kind of need, a bit of, and I mean, you know, that's okay. Like, if you want to stream for your buddies, that's alright. But that doesn't help me a whole hell of a lot. But that's okay. I have learned things from these new folks, though, which is kind of nice, I think. Like, art-wise. Unfortunately, they both use Photoshop, so I was like, well. But, rating is fun, though. Stream for the what? Huh? I don't remember what I said. For... Sorry. Brain go very fast, and I think the lag isn't helping, or what's it called? It's not lag. Or is it lag? I don't remember. Delay. Oh my god, I'm so smart. Nobody worry about it. I keep forgetting that I can't look at it. The camera needs to look at it. Oh, my string is short. I didn't really... Looks kind of nice. Like, up at the top, I didn't expect to actually do it all the way through. I don't know, 30 is a lot of people. It took kind of a bit to get to 22. It's just hard to find streamers I'm not a fan of that I want to, like, become buddies with. Because a lot of the bigger streamers that have, I don't want to say like bigger, well, yes, bigger. Streamers that have 100 followers scare me very much. But the bigger the community, the more afraid of them I am. The streamer buddy I was talking about earlier, she has, 300? And she can have, 34 people in her streams at once. And that's a lot of people, I think. I like how, intimate things can be, when you're small. So, I don't know, being able, chatting in a stream with 9 people is a lot different than chatting in a stream with 34 people. And I'm not as close to, her community as I could be. And it's also, I also keep picking, weird, they're not weird, but, there's not particularly a good, group of streamers that do things that I do. I keep finding a bunch of gamers, and I played Lego Batman. You know? They're playing, shit that people actually care about watching, and I'm just kind of playing video games that, I'm just kind of playing video games that I think are fun. But yeah, 30 or 40 viewers is scary. I don't know how she managed. I do like the idea of having a bunch of people in chat, so I never have a lull in conversation, which I'm constantly afraid of. And it does happen pretty frequently here, especially when, it's, late at night for even me. But, yeah. Okay. Lego is very good. But gaming is also hard in the sense that I don't know, there's just something about it that's hard. Everybody's defending Lego's honor, and I think that's really funny. You're right. I shouldn't slander Lego's name like this. I do have a couple more Lego games, but I don't think I'll play them right after, because the controls are so shit. I don't think I could play another, aged Lego game like Lego Batman 2 so soon. Yeah, I'm really bad. I got better on the second stream. I didn't do as horribly, but it is, they're very difficult, to play. I was looking into, this is not necessarily a lie, I was looking into, capture cards and stuff, because of my webcam or whatever, because I have a camcorder and it looks a lot nicer than my webcam does. So I was looking into capture cards. They're expensive, so I won't be getting one anytime soon, because I don't think there's much point in putting money into being a streamer until I actually get to the point where people can give back, you know what I mean? I don't want to treat this like a job, even though I already am, until it can become one, can pay like one, I guess. So I was looking into capture cards, and, capture cards can also let you stream, games on the Switch, so that's hot, and I love Super Mario Galaxy to the day I die. And if I could play that on stream, it is essentially all over for you people. Despite I hear the controls in that game are pretty ass as well, because it was, I think, emulated from the Wii. Oh no. A whole day? Lego Marvel sounds horrible. I can't say that I'm a particularly big Marvel fan. Lego Hulk would also just make me extraordinarily uncomfortable, I think. So I have the camcorder I have it on my desk. Hold on. I think it's a Canon, like Vixia something. There's this thing called a cam link that essentially lets you put an like a small HDMI into the camera, and then hook it up with so it'll have the normal sized HDMI on the other side. So it'll turn it into a USB, and you can plug it into the computer that way. And then I guess it has some sort of software involved in the cam link, so you'll be able to hook it up and use it as a webcam. And I did find a video of the exact camera using the cam link, so it's possible and I can. It's just, it's like $200 for like a little dongle that looks like a hunk of plastic, and I don't know about that. Like, especially considering I impulse bought a like a mobile screen recording thing so I can stream mobile games if I wanted to. I impulse bought that, which was a fucking horrific idea, because it was like $14. And I haven't touched it since I don't play mobile games. I mean, I played Cookie Run on stream like maybe once at the time. But I haven't played a mobile game since. Maybe a different stream. We will see. Maybe a nice impromptu stream or something. Maybe, I just don't know how much time I want to spend streaming and how much time I don't want to stream. Because I do like streaming, I genuinely enjoy it, but at the same time, I do so much already, and streaming and working at the same time is very exhausting. Like, I haven't gotten a whole lot of sleep lately. So doing like more than one stream in a day seems like a really bad idea. But I like my schedule, so if I wanted to do other shit, like play mobile games, it'd probably have to be off schedule, I guess. I have no idea why it's $200. I think it's it's probably the brand. I don't know why it's that expensive. It's kind of dumb that they'd make it that much, but okay, it might be less. I remember something being $200 though. I'm not gonna look it up because that would be dumb. But it is really expensive, and that's definitely not in the budget. There's so many other things that I could buy that would help me during streams. Like a chair that doesn't creak, that would be really fun, I think. I could soundproof my walls, because I was looking for parts of streams to clip, to put on TikTok like I've been planning, very unsuccessfully, but I listened to like maybe 3 minutes of a stream, and I was playing Lego Batman, and you could hear my dad sneeze, which I thought was really funny, because the walls are paper thin in my house, so I could soundproof. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff I could do to increase the quality, but there isn't much point until I hit affiliate, I think. But yeah, I guess I'll look around for more streamers to vibe with. There's engagement chats on Twitter for small businesses, so I might see if they have those for streamers. I think that would be fun. Yeah, me too. This is nice, I think. I like talking. So this is like kind of my vibe. Is just sitting here and speaking. I need to make sure that the music is still playing. I forgot because I can't really hear it very well. But yeah, I like chill streams as well, and I'm glad you do too. But I wouldn't mind getting better and increasing the quality of things.
Dandelion seeds fill the sky. I remember making wishes once, casting dreams beyond the stars. Yet virtue now is but a distant drum. First time that I kissed someone, oh, the war lost its urgency. Felt my wings extend full span, but times corroded them mercilessly. Stiff my breath ain't as
Oh yeah, I forgot. So, the zine I'm running on my art. Okay, I need to move the camera again. Okay, my setup is really janky. It's like a box of batteries on top of my old... I got a new phone a few months ago, and I have the box still. I don't know why, but I have the box still. And it's sitting on top of the box, and the box of batteries, because I don't have anything good. Man, my camera needs to fucking make up its mind as to where it wants to be, though. Well, I need to make up my mind as to where I want to be. Focus, please. Thank you. I don't know why that helped. Okay, but yeah, the zine. I am also very excited about the zine. Very sexy, very fun, very cool. I think I'm going to talk about it on stream a lot because, I am pretty hyped about it. And I figure, if I talk about it on stream, more people will hear about it than just the people in the server. But today's the last day before we figure out the theme, which is going so well. As soon as the theme is revealed, I have so much to say about it. It's so funny the way this is turning out. But so I am hoping that maybe we get enough traction probably on Twitter. I don't know that I'll make a separate Twitter account. That seems dumb. Well, I could probably use my art account to... Okay, see, now now I'm too far away. But I'm hoping that maybe on Twitter or whatever, we get enough traction or interest in the zine to the point where I'd be able to print it, and be able to sell it to people, because I think that would be really fun and sexy and cool as well. And I do think it'd give me skills in, like, printing, shipping, like distributing things, that sort of thing. And I think that is a valuable skill to have. I don't know what I'd use this skill for in the future, but I do think running a zine would be fun, especially a physical one. And I don't have a whole lot of confidence that this zine will be able to gain enough traction to the point where it'll be physical. But I am excited about the zine nonetheless. Everyone in the server is so creative and fun, and I am really excited about what people decide to do. Because I think that's neat. I hope we get at least one writer in it. Because I don't have a whole lot of, like, we're so art-based in the server that we kind of neglect writers a little bit, so I'm really hoping that we get at least one writer to vibe with us. Even if it's just like one story, or one piece that they end up doing. Because then I could make it into like a almost like a storybook of sorts, and have the story interrupted by different like art pieces. I was also thinking about the way I could like set it up. Like if people wanted to do like 2-page layouts or just one, or if they wanted to do something else entirely that isn't like in like drawing, like they could do something else. I'm not sure what else they would do, but if my god, if we have creative people that want to do something else, hell yeah, I'm not gonna like tell them no. Yeah, I don't know. Very sexy project, I think. And I'm hoping we'll be able to do another one sometime. And maybe with the zine will come more people who want to join the server, which I think would be pretty fun. It's not dead, because people still use it, but it's definitely not, whoops, sorry. It's definitely not, consistently used, maybe, as I had hoped. Because I don't even use it in the way that I wished people would use it. Because the whole point of it was to get critiqued on art, as opposed to just art sharing. And I mean, there's no shame in a bit of art sharing, especially when we're all smaller artists trying to gain traction. Or not, or they're just artists in general. And there's no shame in not wanting to be popular on social media. Sometimes that's just not your goal. But it does seem to be used for sharing art more than it does critique, and that's all right. But that was definitely not what I expected when I had made the server. I keep forgetting I need to remake the logo for the server. Because right now it's just the little rainbow. It looks like a rainbow Kirby. I don't really know what I was thinking. I was just doing something random to get it to have an image. But now I feel like I have enough people to the point where I can make a logo and have it make sense for me to have put the effort in. I have one whole design and I can't think of anything else. I could make a bit of a game of it, maybe, and have somebody in the server design it, like, make it a competition or whatever, and have everybody design their own, and then have it be voted on. But I'm not sure how I would feel about that. Mainly because I don't want people to be bitter about losing. And I personally would probably be upset about losing. If I were given the opportunity. Especially if I worked super hard on something and I ended up losing. But that's probably just because I have a weird sense of pride in the things that I create. But I could do that, maybe. I'm not sure. Because the logo design I have now, it's not bad. I haven't colored it. Well, I've sketched it out, and that's about it. But the logo design now I have isn't horrible, but it's definitely not the vibe. It's kind of bland in a way. But we'll see. I could probably do a couple more designs before I actually decide whether or not I want somebody else to do it.
day or two I stay out. Don't understand people, they don't understand me. You put a smile on my face, so I guess I'm happy. Yeah, vision blurry, and my hands feel dry. My legs are shaky, and I slur.
I didn't think I'd get this chunk done as fast as I did. I know it's been like almost an hour and a half, but embroidery is a very slow process. But no, I don't get stuff done particularly quickly. Especially considering it's been almost a year since I first started this shirt, and now I'm actually getting stuff done. I'll probably watch a movie and keep working on it even after stream's over, because then I'll be able to set it in my lap and not on a weird angled table. I also need to finish my laundry, which has stocked up over the course of 2 weeks. Whoops. I'm really bad at doing laundry. Either it sits in the dryer for too long so the dryer overheats, or it dries, it does make it into my room, and I don't end up folding it. I'm just too lazy for that shit. I hate laundry so much. Like, I like the way it smells, and it's nice to have clean clothes that aren't greasy from my job. But good God, laundry is just painstaking. Certainly gets done eventually, though, I suppose. What the hell is that? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna let it go. It's fine. Some people really like seeing the backs of embroidery, which I think is funny. Like, cause the backs are always like ugly, cause they've got stray strings everywhere. The back of this is really weird, cause I didn't know what I was doing at first. So it's all dotted, and then the front is like normal looking. So that's probably why people find it interesting, is because you can tell how they embroidered it by how the back looks. This is like in danger of falling out because of the way I did it, which was real slick, I think. This is the earliest time I come out. Depends on the day, I think. Normally, I am up and about by 9 my time. I mean 8. I'm like 8:30 ish, I think. But that's only on days I have off. On days I work, I work 4 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. The earliest I would be able to watch is like 3:30, because I get off of work at 3. Right now it is 2:24. So, the afternoon. Come on, bud. Several hours. Which direction? Like, you're slower or faster than I am? Yeah. So, you're ahead of me. I always forget which direction the world goes, because time is a human construct. Oh yeah, because then in like California it's 2 hours behind me. I have a few buddies in that time zone, but it's like Canada, but they share the time zone with California. Yeah, time difference sucks. I wish I didn't have to pay attention to it. Especially with my Australian buddies, my beloveds. And that's a lot, like, being at 1. Like, bump that, I think. I could start earlier. Like, I used to stream at 6, back before my, semester-long hiatus. Like, I used to do 6 o'clock streams. But working sucks so hard, that I like the time to unwind afterward. And then I can draw whatever I want to draw off stream while I'm waiting for my, oops, I forgot that you're supposed to be watching this. So then I have time to, like, chill or whatever and not worry about what other people want to see. I could probably start thinking about doing earlier streams on Thursdays and Fridays. It is highly unlikely that I'll actually want to. So it'll pretty much be Sundays, will be the early ones. And even then, I might have shit to do on Sundays, because Sundays can get funky, because the rest of the house also doesn't have anything to do, so sometimes they're like, oh, let's go to the store, and I'm like, whoa, why? That's pretty rare, but God, time zones are dumb, and I wish they didn't exist. Luckily, there's the, like, VOD videos or whatever that Twitch saves. I also have, a VOD YouTube channel or whatever. And I upload all of my streams pretty quick to the YouTube channel. Like, I stay up an extra hour to make sure it's processed and gets up on YouTube. And I mean, I get that a lot of the benefit comes from when you get live viewers, but shit, I'll take YouTube clout. I don't mind YouTube clout. It's falling off. Whoops.
You make me so mad I don't believe it. You are without a doubt one of the nastiest monsters I've ever seen. And I'm so mad I'm going to tell all my friends how rotten you are. And nobody's going to ever play with you anymore. Nobody's going to even talk to you anymore.
Still broke as fuck. Same shirt as yesterday, so you know what's up. Shouldn't turn my rapper years, man, I'm old as fuck. When you see me in the booth, best know the duck. Yo, you smell like seafood, homie, open up. Why you trying to please somebody when you clearly need nobody to confirm that you don't need a body or a job or need a hobby? Fishy while you see wasabi, middle fingers to the Congress fuckers party. I'm high and I'm hyperkinetic. Spend half my life saying hi to the medics, and I don't regret it. I've only confirmed it.
I don't like going backward. It's like a waste of floss. Ugh. Whatever. I can always come back out, like, after. Ugh. I surprise myself sometimes. Like, sometimes I'm doing something, and I'm like, you know, I'm gonna give it my best effort, and then I end up doing it in a way that I didn't expect it to be that good. Like I've been pretty good at drawing hands lately, which is nice. Big fan of random bursts in skill. Would love for it to happen all the time. That'd be kind of hot. Maybe, okay. I'm thinking, I'm considering, I am looking. Maybe I move the camera over here. Oh, just kidding. Haha. I forgot that the cord doesn't go that far. Well, I will see. Okay. I'm thinking, I'm considering, I'm looking. Yeah, that does seem better, I think. But now I can't see the chat. So I will simply move it to my other monitor. I'm literally a genius. Nobody worry about it. Okay. I gotta get it figured out. Ew, what the fuck kind of stitch was that? No, we're not doing that. Stitch? That's horrible. Blasphemous, if I may. Oh, good. I killed the... Oh my god, I have to do it like that, don't I? Ugh, this is horrible. Ew, what happened? Man, I really embroider like I know what I'm doing. I don't. Like, some people can name stitches, and I'm like, I'm sorry, can you run that back? I don't know what that is. And they're like, but you've been embroidering for like a year, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, and? Sit there. Oh, fuck, I've gotta end it here. Wow, what a waste. So cool. Luckily, this is just, like, extra that was wrapped around, really. Yeah, like, why? It came off. Yeah. I mean, God. Okay. There's this one really cool lady on Twitter that I've had enough. I'm pulling up her Twitter. She's really cool. Hold on. Twitter. Okay. I don't remember her name. She's on here pretty consistently. Oh my god, kitty in a frying pan. Oh my god, Snoopy family. Okay, I need to get off of Twitter. Never mind. I can show everybody later. Maybe I'll have it pulled up for next time, because she's really cool. She does landscape stuff. I think I talked about her a couple of days ago. But her stuff is fucking phenomenal. She did, like, a castle one. So it was like a stone castle with like flowers and ivy growing on it and stuff. It was really cool. Whoops. So that's very fun, sexy, and cool. And I love her very much. Because she also sells like cutesy little ghost hats and stuff. So it's like a little ghost, or she does rain clouds sometimes, and I really like the rain clouds. Small business Twitter makes me want to start a small business. Again. As if I haven't already tried 3 different times. But we don't need to talk about my small business failures. Well, they weren't necessarily failures because they never got off the... I never really started them. But whatever. Can't be a failure if I never tried.
Self-pity, it's quite grim. Soul searching, but no merchant offers happiness or purposes so worthless. I'm so certain.
I probably should have done a mask. I know I gave the Twitter, I know I posted the Twitter poll and everything, so I wouldn't have to make a decision. But I probably should have done another mask, because I lost the black strawberry mask that I did. I literally have no idea what it was, and I'm a little upset about it, because I really liked it. And because I lost it, I can't show anybody, but I did this dragon mask, or whatever. And the dragon mask is really cool, but it's white, so I can't wear it to work because it'd get absolutely wrecked. And I spent way too much time on it for it to get absolutely destroyed because of pizza sauce and shit. Dude, what the fuck happened here? Sometimes, when you're embroidering, things just tie themselves. I'm not happy about it either, but it is the way the cookie crumbles. Okay, I'm glad I changed the angle. This is a lot better. Experimentation is something that can be so important and intimate, I think.
Soul searching, but no merchant offers happiness or purposes so worthless. I'm so certain that I can come.
My sister and I went to lunch the other day, or maybe it was dinner. Doesn't really matter. We were in the car, and so we were talking about shows, like reality shows we've been watching, and she was talking about Escaping Polygamy, which is a show about people escaping cults where they were, like, you know, polygamous. So Mormonism was one of them. Oh. Thanks, have a good time with your stuff. So we were talking about those. And,
and flashy lights passing before my sight. I'll never know everlasting life.
What was I doing? Saying? I mean, I'm doing this obviously, but I forgot what I was saying. Oh no. Whoops, that's fine. Yeah, thank you. So Escaping Polygamy, so it was, so we got on reality TV. So she was talking about Escaping Polygamy, and I was like, haha, yeah, I like watching reality TV shows too, but they're like dumb. Because she was also talking about, god damn it. I fucked up. Well, whatever. Anyway, so, I was talking about how I really like Say Yes to the Dress. The idea of a wedding is really fun to me. Like, I don't like the idea of marriage, because I have deep-rooted commitment issues, but the idea of a wedding, I really like parties. Parties seem really fun. So I was like, hell yeah. I love a bit of a party. Yeah, it looks different. I can't. But, so she was talking about Bridezilla, I think the show is called. So it's like people being crazy about weddings and shit. I love wedding drama. It's so funny to me, because weddings are dumb. But I had a while back considered watching that Say Yes to the Dress on stream. like I watched what Dance Moms maybe once, because that was when things were going to shit. So I could do that on Sundays or other streams too, if I end up streaming other times as well, for the sake of my foreign shitty time zoned audiences. Affectionate, of course. Because I don't think I have time for that, to be honest. I like the idea of being able to stream for other time zones, but I'm busy with other things. As much as I like doing stream stuff, I can't make it my whole life and job because it's not making any money, and that's it actually. But I do like it even though I'm not making any money, so I will continue to do it. But I would, the cushion from any hypothetical financial assistance, I guess, I would receive here would be sexy, fun, and cool as well. Whoa, first try. Oh, just kidding. I pulled it out on accident. Come on, buddy. There we go. Did I tie the end? Yes, I did. Sweet. I'm literally so good at embroidering, don't worry about it. Yeah, streaming is really fun, and honestly I would recommend it to anybody who wanted to start doing it. Like I have a buddy who wanted to like start VTubing or something, I think. And I think that could be a really fun thing. I am not particularly interested in doing that myself. Because I don't mind my face being on streams. So I don't know why I'd add another extra step to it when I can just use my face and feel perfectly comfortable with it. No. I also, I don't know, there's just something about associating my face with this that is appealing to me, because on stream I get to be who I want to be, as opposed to in real life I don't get to do that as often as I'd like to, at work and at home. So online is kind of all I've got. So, and streaming is online, so I like being able to start associating my face with the person I actually would like to be, as opposed to the person other people perceive me to be. And I know that's really deep and dumb, and I probably shouldn't have said it, but that's fine. I don't know. Being open is nice, I think. And there is no shame in it. I do sometimes still get like freaked before I start, especially with like new things. Like the embroidery stream, this one, the thing you're watching right now as we speak, was kind of nerve-wracking because I wasn't used to the setup. I'm still not really, but once I started talking and didn't start shutting the fuck up, it got easier. So I do think it becomes more fun with practice. So if you do end up trying to stream, it'll get easier. I do. I think you'd be really fun to watch because you have so many hobbies. There was a 3D printing stream I saw once. I didn't watch it because I was busy. I was just kind of scrolling, I think. But there was a 3D printing stream. I've seen people do Blender before. I've seen people just straight up code on stream, which is insanely boring to me, but it might be super entertaining for somebody else. But basically, the way I stream to get shit done. I have a lot of video games that I have and would like to play but haven't, and streaming gives me an opportunity to sit down and play them for a reason. So, and you're a little bit like me in the fact that you have so many hobbies. So I feel like streaming would probably give you a good reason to do some of those. Having people watch probably isn't a very sexy experience all the time, but I do yeah, I don't know, that's kind of fun though. Like the mystery of it is kind of neat. Some streamers don't really have a schedule for what they do and what day. Sometimes streamers just chill up and they start playing a game and you don't know what game they're gonna play until you get there. So I don't think that's like too far off from what you'd be doing necessarily. I had something else to say. I forgot what it was. Oh, there's also something so intimate about being able to share your experiences with other people. Like the like being able to learn from other like getting on a stream and then being able to learn from the person who's streaming is really fun, sexy, and cool. Like I said, I've learned a couple things from streamers. Of course, I haven't used any of this knowledge since I've learned it, but I don't know, there's just something really nice about sharing knowledge and stuff like that. I think it's nice. Like I didn't know there were pixel art programs. I didn't know. I hadn't considered using the lasso tool to cell shade. I did try that one. It went to shit pretty quick. I was like, wow, this looks like ass. So I stopped that pretty quick. And ended up finding a new shading style instead. So I guess it ended up working out, but
Sorry to bother you.
it's also nice, I think, to have the ability to, document your journey into things. Like, that's what's nice about VODs, I think, is I can go back onto art streams and see how I did things and what the process was. Like I watched a bass guitar video the other day, like I do. And it was like, yeah, if you record yourself playing bass, you can listen to it and decide what needs to improve and all that. Because when you're listening to it and playing, it's kind of hard to do both at the same time. Like, whenever I play bass, I can't. I'm not really listening to it. I'm just playing. So, recording things and then looking back is... I'm sure that advice can be helpful in any way. Like, any sense. Which I think is neat. Oh, I hate when it comes out. Ooh, that's what we're talking about. Anyway, back to the daily grind. I don't remember where I was at the end. And I might fuck around and find like music streamers or something to hang out with. People who like music are so hot and sexy as well. I don't know very many music people. I also think it'd be, because I've always wanted to like learn how to produce music. I just don't understand music theory, and I don't even know where to begin, like when learning it. So I feel like music people would probably be interesting to hang out with, because they probably know where to go for stuff like that. Oh, to share knowledge with people and get funky with it, I think is nice. What am I saying? I don't know. I probably should have eaten before I started, but that's fine. Whatever. What the fuck? Oh my god, so the chat showed up on Streamlabs, but didn't show up on Twitch, which I now have open as well, just to make sure I don't miss anything. Ooh. I've considered covers. I don't think I'm good enough at singing for that. I do like the idea of it. But it's music definitely isn't a talent I have. Music is not. No. Visually, shit, you could sit me down in front of a blank wall with some crayons, and I'd probably be like, okay, yeah, give me like 3 hours and I'll make something halfway decent for you. But music is definitely harder. Instrumental covers, that's hot. I watch a lot of bass covers. And I want to learn how to play so many songs. But I'm absolute shit at dividing my time in a way that allows me to practice bass. So I haven't picked it up in at least 3 weeks now. I would really like to, there's this one song, Little Dark Age has a really good bass line. Casio has a really good bass line. Me and Your Mama has a really good bass line. And they're songs I, like, genuinely enjoy. Like, I was really scared that I was gonna have to, enjoy other music. I forgot to loop my playlist. Whoopsie. Ow. But I was scared I was gonna have to learn other music that I didn't actually have any interest in knowing. But it turns out that music I enjoy still has bass lines that I could learn, and that is literally the sexiest shit that to ever happen to me. Maniac has a really good bass line. That one's on the older side, and that was the kind of music I thought I was gonna have to force myself to enjoy. I like the song Maniac, so I would not necessarily force myself to enjoy it, but I thought I was gonna have to force myself to find other songs in the genre to learn, and I wasn't particularly interested in doing that, so I was really scared that I picked a shitty instrument to learn, but I didn't. Bass lines are so sexy, fun, and cool, and I do genuinely enjoy the sound. So I'm glad my passion wasn't, dumb, I guess. But I hope you find time to learn your keyboard, man. piano is another good one to learn. I think keyboard is pretty similar. Because I feel like if you know piano, reading music will probably be a fucking breeze, you know? Like, keyboard has all the notes, and also a lot of music production programs are, I don't want to say built, like I've opened maybe 2 whole, music programs, and they were free and they were shitty, but they have piano. Well, one of them has a piano roll, like that's what it's called. I don't know if it's called that in other music programs, but you basically write the music by playing the piano. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be a piano noise. Like, there's different like music samples, and you play the piano with whatever sound. So knowing piano is slick and smart as well. I did try to learn piano back when I was in like middle school, but I was a piece of shit and didn't practice ever. So that it sucks because I had a full 88 keyboard, and I never practiced, and we got rid of it. So now I can't learn piano because we don't have one. But yeah, bass is versatile, and I do really love that about the instrument, because like there are like songs with like bass solos in it, and that's so hot, sexy, and cool. But there's also songs that have bass as like the what happened back here, boys? But there's also songs that have bass as like the heart of the song, and I think that's really important and very sexy, very fun, and very cool. And even the songs that have bass lines as the heart of the song as opposed to the forefront of it, they're still really good. Like Casio, I would say the bass line is more front facing, but it is a really good, like, okay, I don't think I'd be able to play it on stream because I would get murdered. But the bass line is, I mean, it's like in the background. Like, you're still focused mainly on the vocals, but the bass line is still at the, like, that's, like, if you went to go pick out certain parts of the music, the bass line would definitely be one of the first sounds you'd be able to pick up. And that's so sexy, fun, and cool. I love the bass so much. I wish I were passionate about practicing. It's just hard because because I'm teaching myself, and teaching myself is extraordinarily difficult. I found this really cool, like, lesson system, I guess. So he's got free YouTube videos on, you know, YouTube, where YouTube videos tend to go and be found. But he posts, like, free, not necessarily lessons, but, like, little tips and tidbits. And he has, like, full lessons as well that you pay for, and do that way. But I followed one of his videos, and the way he taught was something that I vibed with. Like, I understood it really well. Like, it took a bit of pausing and playing and all that. But in the end, I did learn, 2 bars, and was able to actually remember them, as opposed to, because how I originally started learning was I stupidly Why is there red in here? Go away. Which I stupidly, you did the free trial for, and then it was like, I forgot to cancel it, because I thought it was a free month, but it was a free 7 days, so I forgot to cancel it, so I started paying for, the year-long plan, so I have to pay, like $12 a month, as opposed to $30 for 1 month. So I've committed to this music app for a year. And I'm not particularly happy about it because I was gonna cancel. Or at least get the 30-day one to the point where it wouldn't have, sucked my life away through the year-long plan. And of course, the money is being wasted because I'm not practicing on the app or at all. But the way the app is set up is, like, it'll listen to you and it'll let you know what you're doing wrong and what you're doing right. But the problem is that it doesn't teach you to memorize it. Like, it'll have you play along with it, and that's not helpful in being able to play songs to show other people. Like, and that's where a lot of my motivation sits, is I like showing people things. I like sharing what I'm doing with friends and that sort of thing. So when I follow along with this song, it doesn't seem as impressive as, hey, look what I can play, and then I start going without really having to think about it. But the Bass Buzz fella, that's the free YouTube lesson guy. Yeah, it is showing off, isn't it? And I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds horrible. But, I was thinking more along the lines of, teehee, look at this cool thing I can do. I'm sharing it with you. But yeah, it is just showing off. I like the attention. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being proud of the accomplishments that you've, like, like really cool art people have made, or songs they've written. I don't think there's anything wrong with being proud of them. But there's certainly a stigma against that a lot, especially on the internet. I was on Twitter, as I typically am, and there was a lady who was like, yeah, I'm really proud of my art, blah blah blah, and there was people in her replies asking other people to make the thing for them, as opposed to just buying it from her outright. And so she posted something like, yeah, you'd never be able to make something in the same way I could anyway, so I don't, so she was basically saying that she was really good and all that, and how she was kind of upset that people were asking others to make something she had shown off, instead of just getting it from her. And that's an understandable thing to be upset about, I think, because, don't do that in your replies of the post, please. If you want someone to make something for you, at least be quiet about it, for God's sake. But, so then people, like, quote retweeted that post with, like, envy is a bad color on you, or whatever. And it's like, dude, she was just proud of what she had done and you stepped on her dick about it. Like, you don't, ugh. She made a, I don't remember what they're called, but the cryptid that looks like a little pair of pants, she made a plushie of that. And I want it so bad. It's so cute. I don't know if it's been bought or not. It probably has been by now because she was like, yeah, that's the one. So she made a plushie of a Nightwalker, or Fresco Nightwalker. And was like, yeah, nobody's bought this yet, so I'm taking any like offers. And I was floored that nobody wanted it because it was so cute. Somebody beat me to the frog. She made a frog, and I was like, I need the frog. I was unfortunately unsuccessful in the frog purchase. Not that I really need a frog anyway. That one was really bad. But, yeah. Oh, art Twitter, my beloved. I wish I followed more people of my stature, in a way. Like, I follow, you know, Bill and Ted people. And I would say that that's pretty similar to what I'm up to. But, like, a lot of people I follow are painters, and I don't really paint. Or they're, I follow a lot of resin people for some reason. I don't even like resin. I think it's fucking ugly. But, well, I don't follow that many resin people, but it's like maybe one. And she stopped doing resin recently. She started doing plushies instead. I do follow a lot of plushie people. I like plushie people because I think they're cute. I follow a lot of I follow like maybe one or two upcyclers. I follow a lot of candle people. Candle people, Candle people, my beloved. Yeah, I want to buy from artists so bad. Especially because like supporting small business is so sexy, fun, and cool, and I would like to do it more. But I'm certainly not in a position to be throwing money at people because I want to. I think I'm done with that chunk. Looks kind of shit. Certain areas. I like it generally. Okay, well, I guess I'll cut this off. It's kind of boring. I didn't really think about doing the bigger chunks on stream. Ooh, no. I probably should have done something more interesting. Luckily, I have a couple more hours before the stream is over, so I will be able to. I could probably pick a different color and do a different chunk, because this was a bad chunk to do. Well, I guess all of it would be kind of boring, because I don't have much of it done. I hope that turns out, because the brown, it needs to line up with it. I would probably need to add more cream later on, but whatever. So cream, goodbye. Should I do more cream? Cream's kind of, like, I don't know if I want to keep doing the same color and bore the shit out of everybody. Oh, that's fair. It's probably visually it's more interesting to have not cream. Probably. Ooh. I don't like the way did that. Why did it do that? Okay. Whatever. But like, there's so many like interesting parts up in the top. Whereas I was like, let's do the cream part. The least interesting color and the biggest section. And of course it took me 2 hours to get this little piece done. I was talking at the same time. I do feel like I get a lot more done when I'm not speaking. Oh, thank you. I'm glad more than one person besides myself likes to listen to okay, well, maybe I'll do the brown of the tail, so I don't have to worry about it later. So then I can line it up right now. That feels like a good idea, I think. Unfortunately, I do have to piss for the second time within an hour. So I will be right back, and then I'll probably look up reference images for the brown that I need to be doing. I just want something real, something realer than ever. Yeah. So I'm gonna build me a better place. Yes, I'm gonna build me a better place. Face to the sea and the sea to the stars. Reach for the stars, my brother. No need for the raws or the gauze. Just live with the wings on your feet. Sing to the beat. Sling cocaine for your peace. Beat me, cause it's good for the heart. They got beans in the streets and the car. Fiend for the peace, cause it's hard to remember who you are when you're gone. Hollywood, let my ship don't sink tonight. Can I follow my dreams and hollow the swallow with strings to build tomorrow's regime? The sorrow of living between the hype and flashy lights passing before my sight. I'll never know everlasting life. Light.
Devil fruits. Eating any of them takes away your ability to swim for the rest of your life.
So it turns out that the bathroom is a very important place for genius thoughts. Because I just realized that with this setup, I could do traditional art on stream. I'd probably wait for a better camera for that because I feel like I don't focus, I don't let the camera see what I'm doing enough for this to be, you know, a good stream, so I'd probably wait. Wait a second. Could I flip it upside down? Hold on. I am fucking around. I am finding out. Oh. Okay, no. No space, buffering. Capture audio only. I literally don't know why I would have it capture audio only. Preview video. Follow my face? Horrible idea. Hahaha. Don't do that. I can zoom in. I also don't know why I would do that. Device info. I can mirror it. But I don't... Well, if I did it... So if I drew something upside down and mirrored the camera, I would be able to have it be right side up if I set it up in the correct way. So, okay. I am finding out about new things to stream. Because God knows I don't have enough to stream as it is. So, anyway, we're gonna do the brown now. Okay. Hoop back in. God, I really don't like the way it did that. I think I pulled it too far is the problem. See, because when it does that, it's fine. So I think I'm gonna make it looser so it doesn't do that this time. I lied. I pulled it harder as soon as it got in the hoop because that's what I missed to. It's never done that before. Maybe it's just the shirt material. I don't know. Okay, I need to find a picture of Appa so I can find the correct brown. It's kind of dull. A nice dull brown. Okay. She's back. All my colors. Okay. Browns. That's not dull enough. How's this? What do you think? That shows up really bad on screen. It's duller in real life. This one is brighter and not good. That one's just a shitty color. These are grays. So I'm gonna go with this one. Well, I didn't really think that through, huh? Because I didn't get a lot. I also have a second one because I have a lot of embroidery floss. This is the less organized one. And it's because, like, I put all of the colors, I put all the colors I planned on using for my Bill and Ted shirt, so this is the excellent yellow. I was gonna, like, make it, pop better with, a nice darker, I know it looks orange, I'm very sorry, but, I was gonna make it pop a little more by having that be underneath it. And then this is my Ted color. So the excellent was gonna be in purple. And then I was gonna do a guitar on the other sleeve and it was gonna be in Ted's color, and this is the closest I could get because this is jacket color. Again, I know it looks orange on the screen. It is not orange, it is Ted Salmon. But yes, I also impulse bought a lot of teals. And I know it doesn't look teal, but it is. I promise. I'm sorry about your embroidery floss disease. I have so much. I really don't, I'm always just like, oh, embroidery floss whenever I'm at the store. I don't need any more. And I'm always like, are you sure? I'm pretty sure you could use more. But I'm like, no, stop. And then I end up getting like 3 things anyway, because I'm dumb. I just like embroidery floss. It's fun to organize and bulk buy. Okay, that's kind of, why is she kind of bad though? I like that. Bulk. What would that even look like? I'm always afraid I'm gonna run out and then I'm gonna have to, because I don't label mine. I just bring it to the store and I'm like, I need this color, and then I look manually. which is really dumb. I've stopped doing that very recently. Like, the new, like, maybe 5, 6 things that I've gotten, I've written down, but I got plastic ones, so the, thingy is plastic, and isn't particularly writable, and I don't like the permanent aspect of writing in permanent marker. Like, I don't want to, especially if I end up running out and then using the thing for a different color. So I absolutely refuse to write in permanent marker. But then, like, if I use dry erase marker, it'll just erase in the bin. So I don't I don't really have a solution for when I start writing. Ooh. That's a lot. 10 to 20. I don't know about that. I don't think I embroider often enough for that. I'd like to, but alas. Because I said I might watch a movie and embroider and work on this after stream. Yeah, schemes are already kind of a lot. If you use them correctly, I guess. But what was I saying? I think it depends on how much space you're embroidering on, to be honest. Cause Appa I'd need a lot of. Because he's so large on the shirts. But everybody else, one skein is too much, to be honest. I have a few rolls of, like, silver. Well, I have 1 roll of silver, 2 rolls of gold, and then 1 roll of light gold. I hate working with this shiny stuff. It sucks so hard. I'm pulling them up. I'm getting them up. Oh my god, black. Being out of black is miserable, and I'm sorry for your loss. But it's gold. But what sucks about it is I mean, look at that. It's fucking, you can't really see it because but it's, ugh. Like, why would you do that to me? It's like gross and stiff and bad, but goddamn if I didn't use some of the silver for the dragon mask that I did. I am going, since I bought 3 fucking rolls of it, of gold. I had a Merlin shirt planned. The show. I regret who I am as a person, but that's fine. I think I'm gonna do that shirt anyway. Like, I'm not, like, super into the show as I was when I first started embroidering this year. But I had a dragon planned. Because the symbol for the Pendragons probably in general, but in the show specifically, was a gold dragon, and I was like, that's kind of gay, so, I have a red shirt that the fuck did I do there? So I had a red shirt I had planned. No, come on, thank you. To mess with. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Why does God hate me? What did I do to deserve this? Dude. Oh my god, I'm so upset. I just destroyed. If I can... Ah! Oh my god. This is fine, this is fine. I'm not upset, you're upset, you're upset, you're upset. But, I was gonna do the... Well, okay, if the people of Twitter... Yeah, it's god awful. It like pulled apart. Like, this is only one string. Because I'm an idiot, and I only use one, like, when I pull them apart to use, I only use one, chunk of the, I don't know vocab. Like, you could get me talking about, like, design, layout, and shit, and I'll know generally what I'm talking about, but as soon as you ask me to use technical terms when it comes to embroidery, I'm like, sorry, dude, I don't go here. He's from a different school. That's such a dumb joke I make, and I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who thinks it's funny. But that's fine. But yeah, so I only use one. I'm glad it can catch the strings on the thing, but anyway, oh yeah, thick embroidery upsets me. To do. Like, to look at, I don't mind. It's definitely, nothing I would want to... I think I did... Hold on, I gotta get the back out. Like, that I did thick for this. Because I didn't know what I was doing, and I didn't know there were other options. So... And it turned out kinda bad. Because these didn't stay where I needed them to, so I tried to put them in place, and that didn't fucking work. But whatever. I like this. Where it's basically coloring. It's, like, not the satin stitch, though. Satin stitch, my beloved, but, sometimes older embroidery is bad, and there is no shame in this. I'm the opposite. I hate doing outlines, because outlines I have to know where I'm going, whereas Ow! Can you stay shuffled, please? For the love of God. Okay, we're gonna listen to Worth, my beloved. Because outlines, I don't know where I'm going half the time. Like, yeah, I wrote it down, but I don't... Ugh. Filling, I sit there and you just go. I like filling. I think it's nice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really outline, really, to be honest, now that I think about it. Like, I outline it before I go in. Like, even if I have it, like, drawn, I go around first, so I know what color is supposed to go where. But, that was a bad stitch. Well, was it? Yeah, more than one thread when you're filling, like, the way I just did is kind of hard. I need to grab my pen, because I need to redo something, so I'll be right back. I'm not even going to bother putting on the thing. It'll take me 10 seconds. I lied, I lost it. I had this really, really good, pen for writing it on, or whatever. Or putting on because it came off so nice with water. This stuff was a chalk pencil, and it's literally never coming out. So there's just gonna be random blue areas that will simply exist. Because since this was the first shirt I ever did, I didn't really, I thought it was gonna come out, but this mask that I did, that I'm pulling out right now, it's still got the blue in it. And it doesn't look bad, because the blue kinda, it matches the colors, generally, like it doesn't go anywhere. But this I stopped using recently. A lot of the, oh no, where'd I put my needle? There it is. A lot of the stuff I have done in, thank you, I love her very much. It is Merlin based because I'm gay. And was at the time of making it. It's got like symbolism and shit, but we don't gotta get into that. But the, water-soluble, it's not fabric. Well, some of it is, but it's like water-soluble, like, plastic almost. You can draw directly on it and then put it in the wash and it'll go away. I used that for, which I'm pulling out, because it's right here. Well, I have to find it. But that's what I used for this, because I wouldn't have been able to, well, hold on. There you go. Because I wouldn't have been able to see the blue anyway. So I needed the stabilizer crap or whatever. But it's also just way nicer because I don't have to worry about, like, chalk pencil comes off really easy unless I did it the way I did it, in which case it is never coming out. Goodbye. But the, the water-soluble crap, yeah, it's just nicer. I think. In every possible way. Not to be, like, biased or anything. And I tried, so I found fabric, like a fabric version of it first. Because I thought the plasticky stuff wouldn't work. It does. But I thought the fabric stuff would be better. It's not. I wouldn't recommend the fabric stuff because I pull out, if I hate something, I have no qualms about pulling the threads out, or ripping them out or whatever. Yeah, I don't think that'd be very feasible for where I'm at either. I enjoy the cold. I sit in front of a fan, even in the winter. That's really funny though. Somebody pranks you and writes dick on the back of your shirt, and then when it's really cold outside, everyone sees That's really funny. I the water soluble pen that I have, the blue one, my grandma gave it to me because she quilts, so she knows what's good. But she let me have it because she could just get another one. But grandma, my beloved, so she let me have it, and it worked really well. I did my rose sweatshirt in the blue pen. I'm actually thinking about redoing it on the water-soluble stuff, just because it'd be easier, I think. And I need more practice with it anyway, like embroidering on it. Oh my god, this is gonna bang when I'm done with it. No question. Not to hype myself up or anything. But yes. Water soluble plastic, very sexy, very fun, very cool. Highly recommend it. If you embroider, I'm speaking to who is to say, but embroidery with the water soluble plastic stuff is a lot more bearable, I think, than it is with drawing with anything, because even the water soluble pen that I have, it bleeds. Like, it comes out really easy. Hold on, I have it. Because I impulse brought everything with me. Because I was like, what am I going to do? I didn't check. Okay. But, so I have it drawn. I don't like it. So I'm going to start over because I'm bad at drawing roses. But, so this was something. But because it was still vaguely wet, because I had to redo it a couple of times, it disappeared again, essentially. Yeah, roses are hard. I mean, I started already, so I've got a little bit right there. I like this concept. Like, it's the white strip in the middle. So it looks cool. I just don't. It could be better, essentially. I've also never tried shading before. Like shading with embroidery, so I might give that a shot. If I do it with the water-soluble stuff. Because I know it's possible, I just haven't given it a try or anything yet. But we will see. I think I am a strong, capable person who is able to do that shade and improve my embroidery skill. Yeah. There's your tip, I guess, for the day. Learning, baby. That's what we're fucking talking about. But man, now that I'm thinking about it, I really do want to do a traditional stream. Because I like doing, I like watercoloring. Like, watercoloring is really fun. But I don't do it very often. Like, I did a Devil's Advocate watercolor. I don't know why. I could not tell you why. But it was really fun, and I would like to try it more. And there's this one villain type person, because, that is who I am, on Twitter, who does absolutely gorgeous, like, pencil sketches, and then they watercolor over it. I think the problem I had with my Devil's Advocate watercolor was I didn't use watercolor paper, and I also did the colors too dark, like, I didn't give myself much of an opportunity to blend them together. Like, I had Skillshare for maybe 30 seconds and watched a couple of watercolor videos, and what was recommended was you start light and then go darker as you continue, but I am extraordinarily impatient, so that was very hard for me to do. So what's good is you bring a nice hair dryer with you, because the hair dryer, because it's got the heat to it, it'll dry faster. Because I set the Devil's Advocate painting in front of my fan, but that's cool air, so that didn't dry it particularly quickly. It also, watercolor paper allows the watercolor paint to stay on the surface of the paper as opposed to sinking into the paper like average paper, sketchbook paper, printer paper, whatever. So I feel like watercolor would probably help with the drying aspect just in general, because it sits on top of it almost, as opposed to saturating the paper. And that might be another problem I have, is because I let it saturate the paper, it's kind of it like wrinkles the paper. There's a lot of nuances, I think, to watercolor that I don't fully understand. But I think it'd be fun to learn more about, because I do really like watercolor. There's a lot of mediums that I'd like to learn. Like, acrylic painting seems really fun. I'd like to learn more about that. There's these funky, like, they're called, gelatos, I believe. So they almost have the consistency of oil pastels, except instead of it being oily, it's a bit, it's almost the consistency of face paint. Like a face paint, crayon. I don't know if anybody's ever used one of those, but it's almost like that. And you can draw on them directly with the sticks, or there's these little blendy marshmallow looking things that you can use, or why? I think they're neat. I like them. They come in little chopstick tubes, and I think they're cute. Oh, no, yeah, sure, that's fair. So the texture of some things is just what? Like, my sister went into Family Fair today. I don't know if y'all have Family Fair where you're at, but it's like a little supermarket store type thing. And she was like, she saw like individually wrapped like mochi. And she was like, oh. So she got me a mint chocolate chip one, and then she got herself, I don't know what flavor she got. But she got them for us, and I hated it. It was awful. Cause it, the like floury texture on the dough part was just, it was really bad. Like, it was bearable, like I ate it. Some things are so bad texture-wise that it does make me want to throw up on impact, but the mochi was generally bearable if I ate it fast enough. Oh, why? The chocolate chips were in the ice cream, so it was okay. I don't know. That does sound weird. If they put the chocolate chips in the dough part, I would have killed myself, I think. Yeah, it was okay. I think it was just the floury part. The dough was like covered in this weird powder shit, and the powder didn't even have like a flavor. It was just powder for the sake of being powder. And I was like, so cool, thank you. I love eating food. But I'm glad I had the experience, I suppose. I'm more of a powder's rice flour. Oh my god, well, it was horrible. Thank you, rice flour, for killing me, I think. Yeah, that's awful. I like normal people rice. I make jasmine rice from time to time. Like the garlic butter parmesan, not parmesan, what the fuck, sorry. Garlic butter parmesan is a very popular Mancino's flavor. I'm sorry, that's where I work. The pizza place is called Mancino's. Aw, Doggy! That's a good dog name. That is a good dog name, I think. We are notorious, my family is notorious for naming our pets after food. Because truffle, that is a food. My sister had a dwarf hamster, I think, that named Pop-Tart. We had a fish named Mr. Blueberry at one point, I believe. That was like the first pet we ever had. And then we wanted to name a guinea pig that we had when we were kids, Cookie, I believe. But my parents always called him Buddy, so we were like mad. We were like, fine, we'll name him Buddy then, like out of spite almost, which is really funny. I've never heard of Dango. I will simply continue to stay clear. I'm not a very good eater. I'm extraordinarily picky. Like, mashed potatoes taste good, but I hate the texture, so I won't eat them on texture alone. I don't like the texture of applesauce either. So like, oh, I keep taking it away, sorry. So if I don't remember what applesauce tastes like, but I remember I hated the texture, and I haven't touched it since. The sauce stuff? Are they like sweet or savory or what's going on there? The Dangos. And I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Because you can't really pronounce it for me. Sweet? Okay. Because for some, you said dumpling and I kind of went savory with that. But, oh, thinking of pudgy pies. My beloveds. We made pizza pudgy pies, like, years ago. Ugh. Dongo? Okay, thank you. We made pizza pudgy pies, like, ages ago. Them shits were so good. Ugh. Oh, the little sticks. What's the sauce stuff then? Sweet sauce is fucking fascinating to me. It's like sauces are something that can be so intimate, I think. soy sauce is just salt the sauce. So it's really hard to imagine. Oh, okay. I'm learning so much. Well, now I want to try one. I know I said I hated rice flour, but it is essentially all over for me. I don't even know where I'd find one, to be honest. Ooh, sauce. Thank you, that'd be very sexy of you to do. Oh my god, red bean cookie, my beloved. I know you weren't talking about Cookie Run, but you said red bean and I was like, oh, my boy. He got a costume during the New Year's event. I missed it. I'm so fucking upset. Cause that was like a limited time costume that isn't coming back. Oh my god, I'm literally fucking devastated. Man, y'all eat some interesting food. I'm like, perhaps a nice potato chip. A nice saltine cracker. Yeah, I'm unfortunately, stupid. If there's too much flavor, I cry. I'm just kidding. I like spicy things. I don't have very much opportunity to eat. Okay. I have this macaroni and cheese recipe. And you don't have to. In fact, the recipe was like, didn't mention anything about it, but I put, red pepper powder in it because I was like, ooh, spicy mac and cheese. And I brought it over to my grandparents' house for Thanksgiving this year because my parents and sister and brother were on a vacation to Disney, and I was like, no, suck my balls, I'm not doing that because coronavirus. So I was like, no, I will stay home. So I just went over to my grandparents' house. The mac and cheese that I made. So I made it spicy, and my grandma was like, oh my god, that's so hot, make it again, please. And I was like, okay. And haven't made it since. Oh, hell yeah, congrats on your cool mom and her cool food. And also the sauce sounds kind of sexy as well. Salty sugar kind of got me, though. I don't think I could imagine the flavor. Oh my god, I fucking hate salted caramel. It's because I hate caramel, I think. I don't like caramel. It's edible, like I'm not gonna like suck your nuts if you like it or anything. Like caramel is just not for me, man. I don't know why I don't like it. Bleh. God, it's so hard to remember. To make sure you can see it. Sometimes foods are just incomprehensible. And there's no shame in this.
You're doing great. Very well indeed.
Oh shit.
Now, let's break your head open.
Congrats on your sexy caramel, dude. Caramel. Sorry, it's definitely caramel for me, I think. Up. Thank you. Ugh, I ran out of bras today, so I'm wearing my binder. It sucks. I hate binding so much. I'm going to call the police. Caramel. I don't know, if you say coupon, I might beat you to death. I'm just kidding. But... ugh, what happened? Coupon is invalid. Man, there was a period where I said shit and somebody made fun of me for it. Like, just an array. An assortment of people made fun of me for the way I said shit. Man, what the fuck is going on? So I ended up getting, like, really insecure about the way I, like, pronounced literally everything. It sucked. So I tend to... Can we have a fucking party, please? That was probably dumb. But, whatever. It was the will of God, I think. So I tend to try and avoid. God, and that, dude, that is so hot of you to do. What's really, so there's this accent test, or whatever. Or dialect, more like. So, it was on Twitter, and I ended up taking it, and it was like, oh, you're from, the Midwest. In, like, the exact area that I'm from, and I was like, oh, so I'm where I'm from, thank you for letting me know. I just think it's funny that I was so, because, like, some people from the South don't sound like they're from the South. Like, I go to Florida from time to time, and I don't, like, a good, like, they don't really have a Southern accent down there, but my God, Devil's Advocate really makes it sound like they have a Southern accent down there. It might be closer to the border. They have Southern accents, and I don't really go close to the border. But,
See if they're still on us.
yeah, America's really cool like that, I think. Where it's like, the Midwest has one, the East has, like, the East Coast has one, the South has one. Whoops. The West probably has one, I couldn't tell you what it is. The Midwest, I don't want to say is very distinctive, but it is. Probably to other people more than it is to me, because it's, you know, where I'm from. But, like, supper? I don't say that. Supper is not something I say. The panhandle? Oh. Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. Like, closer to Alabama. Normally we go through Georgia to get to Florida, like whenever we drive down there. So I forget what other states it's connected to.
Flood of past passions. Life was a vast mattress. I felt your wings turn into
But man, now I kind of want to find the accent. thing again because I thought it was neat. I might actually do that. Fuck. Canada's a person. What if they're ass? Yeah, Quebec is like French, isn't it? At least the city. Well, no, probably the whole thing. Like, French Canada is in that area, isn't it? And then there's British Canada as well.
Everything is gonna change. I'm tired of wishing, so I sit in my well. I'm just counting.
Dialect quiz. Dialect quiz, my beloved. Quebec is the French. Okay. Yeah, that's what I meant. I don't know what I said, but that is what I meant. Okay. Anyway, I am linking the dialect quiz. Yes, I'll keep it fresh, friendly, and cool. So there's the quiz. Sorry that it's the New York Times. I don't think it'll paywall you. Have they really? That's like how many times like people in Texas really want to be gone, like, away. I think it's like Texas, that's throughout history. I don't know about now, but I think Florida should be sawed off, and I think Hawaii should stop being a state. Also, doesn't make... Hey, Canada? Yeah, I think you can have Alaska. Don't know why it's ours. Doesn't make any sense to me. Like, thanks for the state, man, but it's a bit far removed for me to be particularly interested. That's so funny. Do they get very many votes? Because that... Oh my god. They do kind of have their own culture, I guess. Quebec. Yeah, probably. A lot of the bigger cities in Florida aren't particularly accented. But I see what you mean about the further down you go. That's fair. I don't know why they would, to be honest. People who feel like they should start their own country are kind of dumb. Like, I was learning about the Revolutionary War in my AP US History class back in high school, which I did drop out at the halfway mark because fuck that. But we learned more in depth about the Revolutionary War, and it was dumb. And I mean, like, yeah, no, representation, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of it, I just didn't necessarily agree with. Like, had I been in that situation, I probably would have been, a dirty fucking loyalist. Which I think is very funny. But I feel like my opinions probably would change if I went back and looked at the stuff now. But who's to say? If they put English, that's funny. I always wanted to go to Canada. A-Bush was an example. Yeah, I like history. It's an interesting subject that I do genuinely enjoy. But, my god, do I hate school and learning for grades. Yeah, we're just English. We're not, well, we do Spanish. Also. Sometimes if you're lucky. I think it depends on the product. But it's definitely never French. There's actually a, there was a world map I saw on Tumblr years ago. That was, like, the first language in every state. And then the second language in every state. And then the third language in every state. The third one was where it got more interesting. Where, the languages started to vary, because like the first map, like the first language in America was English across the board except in Maine, where it was French, which I thought was fun. I was like, oh, a little bit of French for you, Maine. Have a good time over there. But then the second world map, and I didn't really pay attention to any other state other than Michigan because that's where I live. And Michigan's second most spoken state is Arabic, and it's because of Detroit. There's a high concentration of Muslim folks in Detroit, I believe. This is what I was thinking. There might have been an explanation for it on the post. I don't remember, but this is what I'm thinking. But there's a high population of Muslim folks in Detroit, so Arabic is or Middle Eastern, not necessarily Muslim, but I do think it is, because there's a lot of mosques in Detroit, I believe. So it's Arabic, which I think is interesting. And then there's, other states. Yeah, French would be weird for me, to be honest, because French doesn't seem like a particularly significant language in this country. It's like, I don't know, it's just dumb. Like, I don't, like, you may have a little made as a treat, but, oh, that's kind of a nice test, though, like, if you don't gotta worry about it anymore after that. My sister took AP classes, and theirs were online, which was really funny to me, because they could just cheat off the shit if they wanted. What do you mean? I don't understand the correlation there. Oh, ew. I hadn't considered heat rises. Cringe. Science? Cringe. Okay. Finish that one. Hell yeah. That one. Can't really see it. It is dark, because I think the sun positioning changed. Good luck on your exams, dude. I didn't take the class long enough for me to hit the exam point, because I was not a fan. I loved the class, like, learning about things was really cool, but it was a bit of a stretch for me, an art student, future art student. I wasn't an art student at the time, but it was a lot for me, so I quit. And then took 2 art classes instead, as a treat. I would move the thermostat, personally, in the opposite direction. If it's fucking winter but hot, no. Sorry, I'm turning on the air conditioning. Suck my nuts. Okay. We're back on it. We're back in it. put it in my mask. Probably a bad idea. I swear to God, I had a string pre-cut. There it is. Okay. Sit. Thank you. No.
Get inside the room, right? Say goodbye. Singing kumbaya to both them and the good guy. Beats good night. Bitch, please close the eyes. About time that you get here. I don't get you at all, bruh. It feels best for you always. And yeah, you rarely come over. Man, your signals is mixed up. You come out when
God, I'm not used to talking as much. My throat is starting to hurt. That's so funny. Scotathin is live. Okay. I'm totally rating him after this. Scotathin, my beloved. He's really fun. I like him a lot. He did an unboxing thing the other day. He bought like a Mass Effect thingy majiggy. It was like a helmet and then like a steel book for the game or some shit, but it didn't come with the game. Oh my god, I'm the same way. That's why I'm so scared to go into an industry where I would be an artist, is because when I am forced to create, I cannot. And that's not necessarily true. Like, a couple streams ago when everybody voted Bill and Ted, and I just didn't have any fucking ideas. I did end up figuring something out. After a little bit, it took, some time. But I did end up getting there. I grow concerned. But art classes suck shit. At least high school ones, or at least my high school ones, I won't generalize, but the classes that I took, I knew more than the teacher at the point I was taking the classes. So once I got there, I asked her for advice for something once, because we were close. Like, we got along really well because I cared. She liked it when people gave a shit about art, so she was like, oh shit, you actually enjoy art and aren't taking it for an easy A? Hell yeah, let's vibe. And I was like, okay, for sure. I would not mind a gentle bond with my art teacher. So I went up to her for advice once. I was like, yeah, so I was wondering how to make the shading on my pencil, like graphite drawings, like better. Smoother and nicer to look at. Cause this kid that sat next to me in my commercial art class junior year, he was phenomenal at pencils and graphite drawings. And I was like, yeah, I would also like to have this skill. Do you have any advice? Because he was a dipshit, and I didn't want to ask him at the time, so I just didn't. And I also, I think he was just like, yeah, it's just time, and I was like, dying of fire. But so I went up to my art teacher, and I was like, yeah, so there's this one dude who had, like, really smooth shading, and I took a drawing I had just done up to, and I was like, hey, so how do I make this better? And she was like, I don't know if that's better than what I can do. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm learning. Thank you. That's so cool. But, that's not necessarily her fault. If I progress faster than she can teach, that's, that sounded like really stuck up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I just draw a hell of a lot more than I should. Like this morning when I was waiting for for stream time. Because that seems like what I do lately. I go to work, or I'm waiting for a stream, or I'm streaming. I don't seem to do much else. But anyway, today I started a comic. And my god, do I start comics. I start comics like what you would not believe. Cause I was like, maybe I'll draw more Simon and Marcus because I have a mental illness. I do really like drawing them though. They're fun. Whatever. So there's this prompt generator I go onto, that has been providing me idea sustenance. And I just kind of click through until I hit something that I actually feel like drawing. And this one was like, one of them goes over to the other one's house, and they stay up late, and one of them ends up falling asleep cuddling the other. Blah, blah, blah. They wake up, and the one is embarrassed, and the other doesn't mind. And I was like, this is delicious. I am going to, write a comic about it. And I mean, it's not like, you know, a 50-page web comic updated weekly. It's like maybe 2 pages with an illustration at the end. But god, I thumbnailed it out while I was waiting, and it did end up being a lot longer than I had anticipated. Whoops. But that's okay. I'm thinking about making it more dynamic almost, which I had successfully done in one whole panel. Because there's this one really, really good Detroit Become Human comic that I like, and I want to draw like that. Well, I don't want to draw like they do. I like my style. I like the way I draw, the way I color, the way I line, blah blah blah, whatever. But what I liked about the comic that I found was the panels and the posing. And that is something that I think I need to work on. And I do think just practicing. California? Oh my god, that's so funny. I have been told that I talk like a surfer dude a lot, or a stoner. So you might have that disease, the stoner disease, because a lot of people from California have that dialect. God, that's so funny. Man, being told you're from a completely different place. Fun, sexy, cool, interesting, talented, beautiful. Being told you talk exactly like where you're from. Boring. Tired. Sucks. Yeah, it is a disease I have. I also talk like the people I talk to. So if somebody says one thing and I think it's funny enough, I'll pick up on it and say it for the next 7 years. Yeah. I feel like if I retook it, I'd probably be told the same shit. Oh, Bill and Ted disease. I think it's a nice disease to have. They talk really fun. And I think it's nice. Oh my god. That's so funny because I haven't said "oh worm" in at least 3 years. I'm sorry I damaged you that badly that it's been 3 years. Oh my god, that's so funny. I don't think we talk enough anymore for me to pick up anything from you. I know I used to, and I probably picked something up from you, but I can't remember. As a treat, sorry. That's a big one. I say that very frequently. As a tree is good. As a tree is important. Talented, sexy, awesome, cool. That one, there is no shame in as a tree, I think. And what's funny is I think it came from somebody else. Like, a friend of mine said it, so I was like, haha, that's really funny, I'm gonna start saying it now. I am, luckily for both of you, I am a lot worse in real life than I am on paper. Because if you talked to me in real life, I would say worse things. Not necessarily worse things, but I've been, I have, like, verbal... I don't know what to call them, because I don't want to say, like, tics, because that would be completely inaccurate and wrong and false as well. But I do have a very distinct way of speaking, and I do pick up phrases from shit that I like. And even if it's just like a meme that I enjoy, I will say it 17 times in one conversation. Like, there's this one bit from Diary of a Wimpy Kid that, got popular on TikTok, where Rowley goes, "Don't call me. Don't come by my house. We're done." And now I say that all the time. 'Cause I think it's funny. And it is. It is funny. But do I need to say it? No, I do not. But my God, catch me saying it anyway. Thank you. I do my best. Because my God, if I'm not interesting in what I'm doing in action, I'm gonna be at least hilarious in the way I talk. It is all I have, truly. I have more than once considered starting a podcast. And I do think I would be, like, halfway decent at it. Because of all the bullshit I say. Oh, it's nodded! Wow! It costs $0 to not. Please. Ow. Okay. Been lost in an island of self-pity, it's quite grim. Soul searching, but no merchant offers happiness or purposes so worthless. I'm so certain that I can cope with this hurt, and I could always hurt. Maybe I put like a placemat or something underneath, because I don't like the reflection. It bothers me very much. Like, it's fine when it's over here and it's not my face, but I think a placemat would be a good idea. Or maybe a piece of paper. Because the only reason I have glass on this in the first place is because I destroyed my first desk. Like, I used to sculpt with clay a lot, back in early high school, late middle school. And there was, like, blades that I used to cut the clay and shit. So I absolutely fucking wrecked the desk. Like, there were cuts and scars and shit in it. Like, the paint was peeling off everywhere, so I got this one, which my mom wanted to, save, because she thought it was gonna be, worse. But I ended up getting a desktop computer, so I don't have that problem as bad as I used to, because I don't do that. Because I use my desk primarily for desktop computing, and I don't sculpt as often as I did before. I do like sculpting, though. I miss it a little bit. Oh, that's so fun. Can I commission you, bro? That wouldn't work. My glass piece is 7 billion pounds and would not ship to Canada very well, I don't think. But your glass paintings have been really cool lately. I'm kind of hyped. There have been people on Etsy who sell glass paintings, which I think is really fun. LMAO, I'm sure you'd love coming to America. You've displayed your favoritism towards us as a country very frequently. Hey? No? What the fuck are you thinking? Bitch. Why did it do that? I'm very upset. Well, we're always a bit on fire. But my god, we don't need to get into that right now. God, there's like a little tuft of embroidery floss that came from nowhere, and I'm very upset about it. Why are you here? Aw, thank you, bro. I would probably go to Canada just for fun, because it seems neat over there. Like Ontario seems like a really fun place, but I would also come to Canada to visit you, bro. Like the area you live in seems neat. Like I see a bit about it from time to time. I fixed it. It's okay, everyone. I got it. Okay, this is vibing a little bit harder than I think it should. It makes me want to finish the shirt in a timely fashion, if you can believe it. Oh, mountains? I don't know about mountains. We have a couple of mountain ranges in America. A nice 2 mountain ranges. On this side, it's the... Shit. I don't remember which one it is. Let me Google it. Because I know we've got the Rockies on one side of the country. America. Wait, no. Geographic map? Is it? It is geographic. Yes! So, the little mountains on, like, I don't want to say the East Coast, because it's not really East Coast. Is it the Appalachians? I wasn't sure. This one isn't labeled. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was called, but I didn't want to say it and be wrong and get, like, castrated. But yeah, it's the Rockies on one side and then the Appalachians on the other. I've been to the Appalachians a fair amount of times, and they're nice, but God, my dad is a shitty driver, so every time we go on vacation, I get carsick real bad, and the mountains just make it worse. And then your ears pop if you go too high. The mountains are just generally a not fun experience for me. Oh, hell yeah, that would be really fun. I did see when I was looking, no, we're gonna suck that right up in there. That's a really funny name. Yeah, I didn't realize how big the Rockies were until I looked at the maps. So that's fun. Congrats on the Rockies. I'm also sorry for your loss. But I did, when I was looking for birthday presents for my buddy, I did find a lot of glass paintings of, like, characters and stuff. So you could do that. I think that would be, a profitable thing to do. The problem with Etsy is it's kind of expensive, so I don't know if you'd want to do it on Etsy. You could start on Twitter and, like, offer, like, show off glass paintings you've done, and then start offering, like, sell the ones you've done already. And then, once you get a halfway decent following, start doing it on Etsy. At least that's what business-minded people in my life have suggested I do. Oh. Congrats on the prairie. Wait, do you have trees where you were at? I hope you have trees. Prairie doesn't sound like a tree thing to me. Texas? Okay. I played GeoGuessr a while back with my friend, and we were just like, haha, GeoGuessr. and GeoGuessr's fun. But if you put me in Texas one more time, I'm gonna shit my pants. I hate Texas so much. It's flat and there's nothing there. How you people have to look at the sky way too much in Texas. It's scary. Ugh. No trees, dude. I might pass away. I'm sorry about your lack of trees. That's terrifying. There's just something unsettling about open spaces for me. And deserts and prairies are very open, and no thank you. I'm good, actually. Okay, forest land, delicious. Cities does fill me with comfort. But trees.
What's wrong? Are you alright?
No.
Yeah, okay. The Midwest, it has the corn disease. Indiana also has that problem. Oklahoma, where the winds come sweeping down the plains. My dad used to live there. In Oklahoma. He used to move from Michigan to Oklahoma. Quite frequently, so we went down there and we visited some of his family. There's not a whole lot to do there. Are you going for anything specific? Or... Because it's probably a whole lot of nothing. I don't remember it because it's been a couple of years, but I do remember it not being particularly interesting for several miles at a time. I've never even heard of those provinces, to be honest. I know maybe four provinces. Man, you've got like, what, 12? And I don't have any idea of what like half of them are. It's like Ontario, Alberta, is Ontario a city or a province? Toronto's the city in Ontario, right? I'm saying shit. I'm saying things. Okay, that's what I thought. Ooh, I didn't want to sound really dumb. But I probably did anyway. Also a city? Okay, that makes me feel way better about literally everything I just said. Toronto? Is that Canada? Or is that Ohio? I don't know anything about anywhere. Ever. Congrats on your Dollywood, dude! Okay, thank you. I generally know states and Canada. I watched a Hollywood, not Hollywood, sorry, what was it? Fucking Hallmark. I watched a Hallmark movie about Dollywood. Shit was hilarious. I love Hallmark movies. They're always so bad. Thank you, Hallmark movie. Anyway, so back to the provinces I know. I know Ontario, apparently. Quebec. Alberta. I think there's one called... Oh, okay. So Ontario isn't a city. So, okay. But the fact that you also thought it was a city, and you live there, does make me feel a lot better. Thank you. Ontario, Quebec, I think there's one called British Columbia, Alberta, I think there's one called Nova Scotia, and after that, I'm totally lost. If there's any more than that, I don't know them. And I don't live here. And I have to go. Okay. Ooh, baby, that's what we're talking about. I know my geography so good. Obviously. What's the difference between a territory and a province? Fair enough. I'm glad we're in the same boat. Cause, like, I think we also have territories, but we just don't think about them or consider them very much as America because we're so focused on the 50 states. But don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure Puerto Rico is something that we own. They just don't count. And it is a big political, debate, I think. Oh. Doggy. I think that's a good reason to know things, is because of dogs. Oh, so, nobody lives there. You own it, but nobody bothers. I mean, I'm sure some people do, but I literally don't know why. Oh. 2 dogs. They're friends. They own the country together. I'm sorry, that's not a country. Oh, okay. I hadn't considered. I love Dogland. Thank you, Dogland. Oh, it's replaying in... Good thing I caught it this time, because I'm so good at streaming and knowing when my music playlist is changing. What's their culture? Is what's going on there? What makes it fun? Oh my god. That's so fun. Fishing is good. Okay, music is something that can be so intimate. If you get me going about music again, it's essentially all over for you. I don't know why I'm so passionate about it. I know next to nothing about it, to be honest. But that's okay. I may have a bit of passion as a treat, I think.
And that's a wrap, folks.
Oh shit, I forgot that I can run out of floss. I was so fucking in the zone.
Thank God. No! Oh, God fucking damn it! Where's my snare?
Did it really not? For some reason, it's just not shuffling. Oh, hey man, what's up? How you doing? It's nice to see you. No. I don't know what that is. I'm pretty good. Vibing. How does he do it? Embroidering, which is going really well. I'm doing a Avatar: The Last Airbender shirt. Oh. I don't.
Deep inside the canvas, buried deep inside beaches. Jolly Roger probably dodging cop cars off the freeway. Thrift store rappers.
Oh, so like the combination? I don't really understand. Sorry. Ow. I keep poking myself so now the skin is like coming off. Whoops. I'm gonna cut it again. God. Piss off. Come on, man. Get in there.
Shark's teeth lodged in a mouse bite, bounce still. Car keys lost where I drown my doubts chill. Rather be locked on the outside.
Thank you, God. Okay. We're back in it. Well, maybe. It's getting kind of short, so it's hard to maneuver. Okay. Yeah, the tail is taking a lot longer than the first chunk. Probably because I have been talking more than I've been embroidering, really. And that's alright. Sometimes it'd be like that. Oh, okay. That does sound really interesting. Cultures of combination of things is really fun, which is why I think America's really neat. Is it's practically everybody that's a mix of something or other. And I just think it's nice. And seeing the way things develop, like genealogy is really neat. Like finding out where your parents came from, well, grandparents or great-grandparents. I think my great-great-grandparents were the ones who immigrated to America, so I didn't really learn. I'm sorry, I didn't. So we're a fairly new family here in America. In comparison to some people who have been here since the Revolutionary War, which I think is really cool, to be honest. But I am comforted by the fact that my family probably didn't own slaves. That is something I have that other people do not have. That always scares me, is that I find out some crazy, dumb, horrible thing my family ended up doing, and I'm like, wow, great. Oh, LMAO, the fur trade, my beloved. Man, I remember in, the 4th grade, we learned, state history stuff. I thought that shit was so sick. We didn't learn much more about it, because America is so big, so there's a lot of, history as a whole. But there's also a lot of history individually, and I do think it's fun to learn about the individual state stuff, as well as, the country as a whole. I don't know why I know when my family came over. I think my grandma is really into genealogy, so she did a trace back of family or something like that. But it is really interesting to learn, like, the 23andMe crap, Ancestry, or whatever. I wish they weren't so expensive. Otherwise, I'd do one. To be honest. Honest? Okay. Skip. The bay? Oh. It probably didn't develop into that, did it? They probably just named it after that. That was a question. I wasn't sure if my inflection stayed at that hard enough. Okay. Oh, that's really funny. But also kind of cool. The way businesses develop is really neat, I think. Like that one documentary. Well, I guess it was a movie and not a documentary. But the way McDonald's came about and how it was a cutesy little store, and then some asshole was like, haha, taking your small business. And then they were like, well, that kind of sucks. I wish you wouldn't do that. I haven't seen the full movie, but I do remember her. He was a dipshit about it. My econ class forced me at gunpoint to watch a car movie. It was about, like, fucking Tuckers or some shit. Like, the car model. We have a car museum pretty close to here. It's really small and little. But they have a Tucker there, and there's very few left. I think there's like 100 maybe. But I was like, haha, I'm gonna go to the museum and I'm gonna touch the car. And then I did. And it wasn't interesting at all. But I was like really excited about it for some reason. There's just something about doing something related to what you're learning in class that can be so intimate. Like, when we were learning about Jamestown and shit back in like the 5th grade, my grandparents took us on a trip to Jamestown, and I was like, this is the freshest shit I could ever be doing right now. I guess I just really like history. I think it's neat. Oh, car museum. Yeah, we've got a big one because Detroit was like a big car one, so I think it's the Ford Museum, and it's closer to Detroit. That's not the one I'm talking about, it's the little baby one, but car museums are neat. I like cars to a certain extent. Like, I don't know anything about them, like, engine-wise, but, or like horsepower, I don't know what that shit means. But I can look at a car and appreciate it, I think. Ooh. Museums are really neat so long as it's not fucking art. I hate art museums. Art museums suck shit. I'm calling the police. They're just boring. Ugh. We have a cutesy one in a city near where I live. It's like 20 minutes from my house. And it has like different so there's 2 floors. I'm sorry, 3. So there's the bottom floor, which is where like the adult shit is, and a couple of the exhibits sort of rotate out. Like, there was one exhibit on bees, and that one was really fun. I liked the bee one. And then there was a exhibit about tiny sculptures. It was this man who made sculptures that you needed, like, you literally needed a microscope to see. So and I think that was a local fella. So he, like, lived in the area. So that one was really cool. I liked that one. And then there's like the darker shit. There was a painter who painted like the experiences of slaves. And that one had to be like blocked off because of how graphic it was. So if you wanted to see, it was behind like a little curtain. There was, and then there's like a sciencey area where there's like sand you can play with, and then there's a water tube that if you spin it goes really fast or something. And then the second floor is where all the kid shit is, and that part's really fun. I like the kid stuff. There's like a history area, and then it's like a history of the city. And then there's the science area, which is also really fun. And there's a little baby area, and I'm not allowed to go in there anymore because I'm not a baby. But I do enjoy her because there's a little like dome. Well, there's like a little playset almost with like little wooden caves, I guess. And then if you look up at the ceiling, there's stars on the ceiling. Then there's the top floor, which changes out. And I was so hyped for this one. So there was a music exhibit once, there was a sport exhibit once, and those were fun, you know, inconsequential. I don't remember the music one very much. I wanted to go, but I think I only saw like a glimpse of it. But there was a poisonous plant exhibit. Ooh, that shit banged. Well, it was very reading oriented, but the setup of it, wow, it was great. I loved it. It was very fun. It was very, did I say this already? I'm gonna say it again. Due to how, like, wordy it was a bit unbearable, because everything else in the museum is very interactive, whereas that part was very, reading. And I was like, great, thank you for making me read words, that's so fun. We also have a local art museum. It's also in the same little city, a little shitty. And it's meh. The only reason I've been there, I haven't ever gone to look. I've gone because I had my stuff like displayed there once, because I won a prize there or something. Like I don't know. That was pretty much the only reason I've ever been in there. It was interesting because of everybody's art, and it was because we were all students, and more interesting than the average adult artist. Because there was, you know, anime shit, and I was like, this is great. Now this is what we're talking about. This is what art should be, I think. I don't think we have a science museum, though. That sucks. Yeah. New York City gets all the cool shit. Chicago is the closest one where I'm at that has cool shit. Like the good shit. I mean, the little city that I live near, it's, you know. It's neat. But the big cool stuff, that's some Chicago type shit. Like the Science and Industry Museum in Chicago. Like, they just got like an area where you can watch baby chicks hatch. And that shit's absolutely nuts to me. They're like, oh, you want to see you want to see things being born? And I'm like, not really. But here we go. For sure. Living nearby cool areas is nice, I think. I don't live too terribly far removed from everything, but Detroit is like 2.5 hours away, and so is Chicago. So it's a bit much to go to cool places like that. Like, there was one summer where I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go wherever I want to go. It was the summer after I graduated, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do whatever. So, like, we went to Shedd Aquarium, which is in Chicago. We went to a couple of cool malls in Detroit. Like, 2 hours probably shouldn't be considered driving distance, but that summer it certainly was for me. I was like, yeah, fuck it, let's go anywhere. Do whatever. Alright, I have hit 4 hours on my stream, so I think I'm gonna stop because I'm starving to death. But I am going to raid Scotathan, my beloved. Ouch. Okay. Slash raid Scotathan. I believe he's playing Nier Replicant. And I don't really know what that is. But he's a really fun guy. So, perhaps stick around as a treat. So, housekeeping, tanks. Sunday was today. It was funky. Very sexy, very cool. Thank you for coming. I had a good time. I hope I will be able to find a better setup for this. I think it went okay. It looks like chocolate and vanilla. The colors I did today, they look like chocolate and vanilla. Anyway, so I hope I will be able to do more embroidery in the future. I'll think about doing impromptu streams, but don't expect it, my god, because I have so much to do with work and all that. And then, so Monday will be art night. Tomorrow will be art night. And I'll do a Twitter poll, like normal, to ask what I should draw. I don't know what will be on the poll, because I don't really have anything particular in the works other than my Simon and Marcus comic, and I don't know why you'd want to watch me do that. But whatever the poll decides is what we will end up doing. So thank you for coming. I appreciate you and your witnessing me talk for 4 hours. That is very sexy. And we are raiding. So cool. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Goodbye, everyone. I would die for you.
Dex, you just missed me act like a complete idiot. Welcome to the stream. How was yours? I'm still gonna buy a new headset. It's not fixed. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but now I want a new one. I've now planted that seed in my mind, and it's going to become very toxic. Until I do get a new one. Okay, we defeated that boss. How was your... Dex, were you doing a... Yeah, buy a new one. Yeah, just buy a new one. You see, Chad is on the same wavelength as me right now. I'll make sure to walk. Like, I don't know, the Arctis ones are pretty nice. Like, Hoffman was not wrong. Could buy myself a little gift. A gift that I haven't earned, but like a gift nonetheless. Thank you for the 100 bits, holy moly.
Hope he has found some information about the Shadow Lord. Let's drop by the village.
There's no place else for me to go. Towards the headset. You did miss it. You missed me being... Thank you for... Yeah. I've heard great things about the Arctis. I think this is like a Corsair wired headset I got for like $50 when I first started streaming. And I even used the mic on it when I was streaming too, but now I just have a mic. Thank you for following Case. Thank you for following Twitch channel. KS Twitch channel. K's. I'll say K's. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm always open to correction about names. Thank you for the follow. And you were embroidering, right? Dex, how was that? I stopped by for a few minutes. I was in and out all over the place, so. And thank you for the raid once again. I can't believe I work in IT. Every part of me should be ashamed when he is wrong in general. A lot of streams today, that's very true. Both are correct. It's a pun, so K's both work, but K is fine. Okay. That's awesome. Well, welcome to the stream. I'm playing a very happy game. Well, actually, it's an incredibly sad video game for a lot of it, but my happy game. And honestly, anything's just about happier than Resident Evil Village, so everything's a movement in that direction. Thank you for shouting out Dex Gold. Make sure that you guys follow them. They are a great...
Real close. We almost
art channel. They were playing Lego Batman the other day as well. It's pretty solid.
Ugh, scarred than my beloved.
Lizard tail. I don't know why I keep picking up these lizard's tails, but if there's ever a reason I need 100 lizard tails, I am already set. Sorry, why the hell does that one shade look like that? I do not like it. That shade makes me very uncomfortable. Not sure why it does, but probably the long legs. I don't know what it was about that shade, but the vibe was off.